Mr. Sergeant of Arms, invite the members into the chamber and close doors. I hereby declare the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee now in session. Will the members please stand? With the visitors in the gallery please stand and remain standing through the Pledge of Allegiance. Representative Powell will introduce the chaplain of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my pleasure today to introduce the pastor of the day, Pastor Misha Maynard. The Maynard family has been friends to me and my family for over 2 decades now, and it's a great honor to have her here, especially on this historic day as Misha has endured the personal loss of both of her children, and she understands the meaning of loss. She is the pastor of operations at Cathedral of Praise Church in Nashville, Tennessee, under the leadership of her father, Bishop Jerry L. Maynard Sr. After enduring the tragic passing of her eldest son, Misha gathered the strength to author Dare I Ask, a self-assessment book encouraging readers to overcome adversity. With a zeal and passion for others' personal development, Ms. Maynard used her adversity to become heavily involved in her community, serving as board member of the Urban League of Middle Tennessee, president of the Music City chapter of the Lynx, incorporated treasurer of the National Coalition of 100 Black Women Foundation, and member of the Women's Political Collaboration. Ms. Maynard continues her community efforts as the current host of Conversations at 7 a.m., a weekly digital broadcast dissecting faith-based topics. Your voice is valuable, your voice is powerful, is the message she leaves the listener with. She has used her voice to talk herself through the loss of her second son, Stephen Williams, while encouraging others to speak through their own pain and connect with their purpose. Out of this pain, the Purpose Over Pain campaign was born. Ms. Maynard enjoys spending time with her 3 beautiful granddaughters, Sky, Serenity, and Sage. And it's my pleasure to have my friend and this daughter of Nashville, Misha Maynard, lead us in prayer.
Thank you, State Representative Jason Powell, for the invitation, and thank you to the speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to share the prayers with you on this historical day. And I just want to say to you that the effectual fervent prayer of a righteous man does avail much. We need much comfort, we need much love, and we need much hope. Let us pray. Father, we do thank you for this day. We thank you because you've extended brand new mercies unto us. We ask you, God, that you would bless this session, bless the dialogue that takes place here. God, we ask you even right now that you will look upon our governor, that you will look upon the legislators, that you will look upon the leadership that's here. God, let us remind ourselves that we need to be centered in your hope, in your power, in your love, and in faith. We ask you that all the things that we do and that we say, let it give glory to you, and we consider all things done in your name. Amen.
Representative Powell will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Clerk, please take the roll.
Roll call.
Ms. Clerk, please take the roll.
Mr. Speaker, 93 members present.
Please let journal reflect Representative Travis and Bolso are excused. Next order, Ms. Clerk.
Welcoming and honoring.
Welcome and honoring Representative Freeman. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the members of the Davidson County delegation to join me in the well, please. I'm also going to welcome 4 people today. My family is here today. My wife, Rachel, my children, Katie, Grace, and Will. And they got to come up here and listen to this powerful group that's out there right now. I'm going to begin with a brief moment of silence for Evelyn Dykehouse, Haley Scruggs, William Kinney, Mike Hill, Cynthia Peak, and Dr. Catherine Koontz. This past Monday, March 27th, their lives were brutally, suddenly, and unnecessarily taken. At 10:30 a.m., I started receiving phone calls and texts that no parent, no friend, and no elected official ever wants to receive. I was told there was an active shooter at a school right around the corner from my house where I have many friends who send their kids to school there. I had childhood friends frantically calling and texting me, asking me if I could help them find out where their kids were. Think about that for a second. They knew there was an active shooter, and they didn't know if their kids had gotten out. It was absolutely heartbreaking. Parents who dropped their kids off on a beautiful spring morning with no idea their lives would forever be changed in a moment of senseless gun violence. As the 24 News Hour cycle has turned its eye to our tragedy, we know those children that were fleeing the sanctuary. We know those teachers. Our kids play sports together, spend the night at each other's homes, and they pray together. We've seen firsthand how our brave first responders reacted without hesitancy, running toward a weapon designed to inflict mass casualties on the battlefield. Whether some like it or not, Nashville is the capital of the volunteer state, and we take pride in coming together like we did during the 2010 flood, the 2020 tornado, and the downtown bombing on Christmas Day. But this time it's different. Our children, our teachers, and our neighbors were killed by a weapon of war, obtained legally by someone who should have been red flagged, but never had the ability to carry out this type of violence against our community. Yesterday, I had to explain to my little girl while one of the members of her Sunday school class wouldn't be in Sunday school this Sunday. She asked me why bad things like this happen. You know, like so many parents in our city and others impacted by school shootings, I honestly struggled to find the right words, as I'm sure many of you have over the past couple of days. What's the right way to help a child grieve the loss of a friend and the loss of her own innocence? There is so much more we can do as a society and as elected officials to protect our children and loved ones from the 14 minutes of evil we all witnessed on Monday. There have been more mass shootings in America this year than there have been days, and gun violence is now the #1 killer cause of death for children in America. There have been more mass shootings in America this year than there have been days. Bullets take more children's lives than cancer, car wrecks, and fentanyl overdoses. I don't understand how we can pass laws every single day that make car seats safer, make it more difficult for deadly narcotics to reach our streets, but we don't do anything about the guns that kill more of our children. As elected officials, and more importantly as parents, it's our obligation. It's our obligation to protect the lives of our children and our loved ones. Like many of you in this room, I'm an avid hunter. My father taught me and my brothers how to hunt and cherish the moments spent with our friends and families in a duck blind. Unfortunately, 6 family members will never get to have those types of experiences because red flags don't exist in our state. No sensible law-abiding gun owner should ever have a problem with common sense reforms, such as red flag laws, training and permit requirements, background checks, and limiting access to assault weapons by individuals deemed as high risk. I was elected to represent the 56th House District, and my constituents, like many of yours, are calling for us to take immediate action. They're out there right now. They're begging for us to do something. We must do better. We must do better for Evelyn, Hallie, William, Mike, Cynthia, Dr. Kuntz. We can't bring them back, but we can create legislation that will save the lives of others and ensure our children and teachers aren't fearful every day as they go to school. Doing nothing would be total negligence and a dereliction of our sworn duty. I'm pleading with you. Please act. We've got to act. Thank you.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Next order, Mr. Clark.
Introduction to resolutions.
Lear Lambert, you're recognized. Lear Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that all resolutions properly filed be introduced pursuant to Rule number 17 and placed on the consent calendar or referred to the appropriate standing committee.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Joint Resolutions congratulatory and memorializing.
Lear Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that all Senate joint resolutions congratulatory and memorializing in line of that S be placed on the consent calendar pursuant to Rule number 17.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Resolutions lying over.
Lear Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that all resolutions lying over be referred to the appropriate standing committee.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Introduction of bills.
Lear Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that House Bill 1570 be introduced and passed on first consideration.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Senate bills on first consideration, Senate bills on second consideration, House bills on second consideration.
Lear Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that House Bill 1569 be passed on second consideration and be held on the desk or referred to the appropriate standing committee.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Petitions and memorials, reports from state committees, reports from select committees, calendars. Mr. Speaker, the House has a consent calendar.
Chairman Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of the consent calendar on third and final consideration, keeping with Rule 50.
Gentleman moves passage of the consent calendar, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, any objections been filed?
Mr. Speaker, no objections filed.
Anyone seeking recognition on the consent calendar? Oh, Representative Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In consultation with both leaders, I move that all members voting in the affirmative be listed as co-prime sponsors for HJR 475. Thank you, Mr.
Without
Speaker.
objection, exclusion is duly noted. Anyone else seeking recognition on the consent calendar? Seeing none. We're voting on the consent calendar. All members in favor vote aye when the bell rings. All those opposed vote no. As every member voted, Camper aye. Anyone wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 91, no nays, 1 present, not voting.
Having received the constitutional majority, I declare the consent calendar passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the House has a regular calendar.
Leader Camper, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we had a delay in getting our people from the Senate that I wanted to recognize today. We were going to do a floor presentation, but we're beyond that right now, so the Speaker is allowing me to at least recognize them on the floor. Members, if you look in the back, you will see some dynamic women who are an all-female senior leadership team for the city of Memphis. And as we are celebrating, thank you, members. As we are celebrating Women's History Month, I just wanted to mention their names. Whereas this impressive group of women includes Fire Chief Gina Sweat, who leads the Memphis Fire Department, Chief Operating Officer Chandrell Ryan, who's the first woman to hold that post, Police Chief Sherilyn C.J. Davis, who is the first woman to lead the Memphis Police Department, Chief Financial Officer Shirley Ford, who previously served as the comptroller of the city of Memphis, Chief Human Resource Officer Alex Smith, Jennifer A. Sink, who serves as the Chief Legal Officer, City Attorney for the city of Memphis, Maria Furman, who is the Chief of Staff for Mayor Strickler, and Allison Fouché, who is the Chief Communications Officer. Please give them a hand and welcome them to the chamber. Thank you, ladies, for your service. We honor you today on this day in Women's History Month. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Leader. Call it first bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1089 by Representative Stevens, relative to wine and grocery store referendums. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Stevens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1214.
Representative Stevens moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 1214 without objection. So ordered. Representative Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1214 on third and final consideration.
Representative Stevens moves passage of Senate Bill 1214 on third and final consideration. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Representative Stevens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is designed to help a small community in my district that missed a deadline to have their wine and grocery store referendum. It's got 10 words added to it that will allow them to have their referendum in 2024 instead of waiting until 2026. And with that, I renew my motion.
Representative Stevens renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson.
Hello. So first, I want to start with, we need to do something about gun control.
Representative Pearson, stay on the bill. I don't want to have to start ruling out order again. Representative Pearson.
Yeah, the deafening cries of the people are loud.
Representative Pearson, stay on the bill, sir. Representative Pearson.
I have a point on the bill, too. Why do we need this law, sponsor?
Representative Stevens.
This community wanted to have a wine and grocery store referendum, and unfortunately there was some confusion about the current law. To have a wine and grocery store referendum, first you have to have a referendum to either have packaged liquor sales in your jurisdiction or to have liquor by the drink in your jurisdiction. However, Rutherford County as a whole had a referendum to have liquor by the drink in 2020, which passed. Obviously, this community is in Rutherford County, so they have already voted on that first referendum. And so instead of them having to have just a citywide one for the city of Eagleville, this bill will let them skip that step and have the wine and grocery store referendum at the next election.
Representative Pearson.
Got it.
Very good. Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we are voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1214, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member cast a vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 89, nays 3, present not voting.
Senate Bill 1214, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Mr. Clerk, call up next bill.
House Joint Resolution 27 by Representative Stevens and others, a resolution to express strong support for completing the southern border wall and urge Congress to immediately take action to fund the construction necessary for completion.
Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to roll this bill 10 spaces on today's calendar.
Without objection, roll 10. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1039 by Chairman Crawford relative to reviewing assignments of voters, precincts, and districts.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1195.
Representative Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Too many papers up here. Thank you. I move to passage of House Bill 1039 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Crawford moves passage. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, any amendments been filed?
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill has to do with geo-verifying of redistricting. This happens now every 10 years. The comptroller uses local county election commissions and to verify election addresses. And if people live in certain districts, it's just a confirmation. They report what they have found with the federal and state and county officials that have the GIS system. If there's any discrepancies or misassignments, then they work together to make sure those are corrected. This process will ensure that all voter assignments have been uniform verified after each redistricting. I renew my motion.
Chairman Crawford renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson.
Thank you. Will the sponsor yield?
Chairman Crawford. Representative Pearson.
Thank you. Again, we need to do something about gun control. And my question as it relates to this bill is, what impact is this going to have for our communities that are making these decisions, such as county election commissions, power, if the comptroller is able to seemingly step over them?
Representative Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This will make it more efficient, and it will make sure that there's no mistakes taking place and people are voting outside the district that they should be voting in. All this does is verify the address and make sure they're voting in the precincts they should be.
Representative Pearson.
Yeah, but my concern is what we're seeing. I would love to know how many cases you've seen where this has been a problem. Because current law seems like it would already have protections for this, people's ability to talk about fraud and things like that. But now there seems to be some other overreach of government into people's lives, into people's ability to vote, to continue to oversee and potentially harm communities. And I think this overseeing mentality that we see here is very problematic. So why should we be continuing that, sponsor?
Representative Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is only done after 10 years when we do the redistricting to verify that everything is correct.
Representative Pearson.
So right now things aren't correct?
Representative Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did not say that.
Representative Pearson.
So what is this correcting?
Chairman Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This would correct issues if someone was voting outside their district, if their address does not match up with their voting precinct. This would be a opportunity to see if it was misassigned, and gives us the opportunity to fix that and make sure everybody's voting in the district that they're supposed to be.
Representative Pearson.
Again, you're not mentioning that this is a problem we currently have, because in fact, if it is, you'll be saying that people would be voting illegally or not in the correct precinct, which would be some type of fraudulent activity, wouldn't it?
Representative Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't think we have a major problem with this, but this does give us the opportunity to fix things that may be out of alignment after redistricting and make sure everybody is following the proper rules.
Representative Pearson.
Yeah, see, writing legislation without a real problem of something that's pontificatively possible, instead of focusing on real problems that need real solutions, just like the killing of children.
Out of order. Now, members in the gallery, you are welcome to attend. You are welcome to attend, and you are welcome to be part of this. House rules say there's no yelling, screaming, or talking from the balcony. This is the warning. We would love to have you stay. Thank you very much. I love to have you stay. But if you continue to shout out, we will have to remove and clear the balcony. We do not want to do that. We are asking you to remain quiet and listen and be part of the process. That's the way it's always been. So with that, I'm asking you all please to refrain from talking, screaming, or yelling. Thank you. Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know it may be out of order, but in fact, you hadn't ruled me out of order all year, so I'll take it right now. My school board commissioner is here, School Board Commissioner Stephanie Love, but let me tell you a little bit about this young lady as she stands. School Board Commissioner Stephanie Love suffered two major strokes late last year. Two. She was not expected to make a full recovery. She was not expected to be able to come back to her seat, but she is a warrior. She is a survivor. She is resilient. She is my sister, and I love her. Y'all, please make her feel welcome. Shelby County School Board Commissioner Stephanie Love.
Representative Hemmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question for the sponsor, just to clarify some intent or on the timing before that I wasn't sure after reading the bill, but knowing how the lease process worked in Meyer County was after the legislature did their reapportionment through the census, it went to our county's election commission. The planning commission then assigned the districts. Doesn't really mention when this process starts in this bill, so I just wanted to clarify the intent that the comptroller and the treasury and their GIS systems will be looking at that data once the county has done their initial work. Thank you.
Chairman Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't think there's any set time. It just after the 10 years redistricting, at that point they would start working on it.
Representative Hemmer.
Thank you. I would just note for the record then that, that is typically how the process works, and there's nothing for the comptroller or the treasury to check until the initial data is allocated and those voters and the lines are allocated from the county level. Thank you.
Representative Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call previous question.
Previous question be called. Any objection? Seeing none, we are voting. All those in favor of House Bill 1039, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk. Take the vote.
Ayes 85, 2 nays.
House Bill 1039, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Let the journal reflect. Representative Gant is excused. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1374 by Chairman Crawford relative to criminal injuries compensation. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1195.
Chairman Crawford moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1195, properly seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1195 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Crawford moves passage of Senate Bill 1195 on third and final consideration. Properly seconded. Ms. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Civil Justice Committee Amendment number 1. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate Amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill comes from a constituent within my district. Right now, in current law, we allow relatives to be reimbursed for indigence of some burial expenses, and my constituent was not able to get any reimbursement back because he was the uncle of the individual. Right now, the law states that a relative is defined as a spouse, parent, grandparent, step-parent, child, grandchild, brother, sister, half-brother, half-sister, and the spouse of a parents or step-parents. And what this bill does is it adds in the law, in the line, including aunt, uncle, and cousin. The constituent in my district was the uncle of a man that was tied to a chair, starved to death, beaten to death by his brother. So he could not, didn't want to pay for the funeral and everything. He was in jail. So the cousin is the primary caregiver to this individual, or the uncle. And so this bill would fix some of that. It's too late to help my constituent, but hopefully we can get this fixed to help take care of yours. I renew my motion.
Chairman Crawford renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson.
Thank you. Will the sponsor yield?
Chairman Crawford.
I yield.
Hello. Thank you. Again, we need to do something about gun control.
Representative Pearson, this is your last warning. Either stay on the bill as is, or you will not be called on. This is your last warning. I'm asking you politely to stay on the legislation. Representative Pearson.
Okay. This will be the last bit, but asking politely that we listen to the cries of the people outside these doors. In adding these requirements of an aunt, an uncle, or cousin, is there any need for an addition of adding people who might not be blood related but are caretakers as well?
Chairman Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, we're only looking to add aunt, uncle, and cousin to the other members.
Representative Pearson.
Okay, so if you are a caretaker and you're in a similar situation, you wouldn't have your expenses covered?
Chairman Crawford.
If you are one of these individuals that's named in the law, you would be eligible for maybe getting reimbursement.
Representative Pearson.
Yeah, so I understand that, but I'm thinking of folks who might not be related by blood, but who care deeply about the individual or individuals that have gone on. How are they cared for?
Chairman Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, in the current law, a relative of a victim, if there is no estate open for the victim, a relative is defined as a spouse, parent, grandparent, step-parent, child, grandchild, brother, sister, half-brother, half-sister, and a spouse's parents or step-parents. And we are adding aunt, uncle, and cousin to the law.
Representative Pearson.
Okay.
Representative Marsh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll call previous question.
Previous question been called. Any objection? Seeing none, we are voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1195, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 90, no nays, one present, not voting.
Senate Bill 1195, having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is tabled. Lear Lamberth, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I make a motion to take up item number 42 on today's calendar at this time.
Without objection, item number 42. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the motion by the leader, we're ready for item 42, House Bill 321 by Chairman Howe and others relative to transportation. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Howe, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 273.
Chairman Howe moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 273, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 273 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Howe moves passage of Senate Bill 273 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Transportation Committee Amendment number 1.
Vice Chairman Vital, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Roll to the heel of the amendments.
Without objection, roll to the hill. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1 filed as House Amendment 2.
Chair, I hear you. Oh, there you go. Chair Lady Hazelwood.
Move to roll to the hill.
Without objection, roll to the hill. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 3 by Chairman Clemens. Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we are focused on a transportation bill, perhaps the largest transportation funding bill that this state has seen in the last several years. The last time we addressed this issue was in about 4 or 5 years ago with the IMPROVE Act. Right now, what this amendment seeks to do is require the Department of the Transportation to seek and take appropriate steps to secure all available funds and grants from the federal government that can be used to facilitate the return of Amtrak and interstate and intercity passenger rail service to the state of Tennessee. It requires the department to communicate and coordinate with appropriate federal departments and agencies to effectuate the purposes of this amendment. Ladies and gentlemen, my district, I represent Nashville, Tennessee, along with several other individuals. We have the honor of representing the highest traffic city and region in the state of Tennessee. This isn't just a Davidson County issue. This is a regional issue. Wilson County, Rutherford County, Murray County, Cheatham County, Dixon County, Montgomery County. All of your respective counties are directly affected by this. Right now, as we stand here today, the federal government has ample money. The Amtrak wants to be in Tennessee. Amtrak wants to be here. They are practically begging us to take their money and invest it and restart interstate passenger rail service, which could be used for intrastate passenger rail service. Ladies and gentlemen, they want to connect right now. They want to begin connecting Nashville to Chattanooga to Atlanta. We want to connect Nashville to Memphis. Now think about all the counties that rail goes through. Think about all the underserved counties that goes through. Think about what it would do to your local economies in the counties between here in Memphis, here in Chattanooga, to have rail stops, to have people from Atlanta bringing their money into this state, people from the Midwest bringing their money into your counties throughout this state. Each and every one of you represents a county with a town square, with small businesses, with families. Imagine what people getting off a train, walking around your town, and being able to hop back on a train and continue their journey could do for your local economies. I'm not asking you to jump over the moon here. I'm asking you to take yes for an answer. The federal government wants to invest in Tennessee, in our future, in our people, in creating jobs, in building local economies. In impoverished counties, ladies and gentlemen, let's make the common sense decision here. Let's take the opportunity with which we're presented. This governor has finally turned his attention to an issue that actually matters, and we have an opportunity to do something today that's good. Let's take the money from the federal government. Let's work with the federal government. Let's build rail for Tennessee. Let's build our communities. Let's strengthen our local economies. Let's build small businesses. Let's do what's right for the people of this state. Finally, please adopt Amendment 3. Thank you.
Representative Clemens moves adoption. Amendment number 3, properly second. Any discussion on the amendment? Representative Carr, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. TDOT has already submitted a letter of interest to the Federal Rail Administration with regarding corridor identification, and we are in active conversations with the FRA as well as our surrounding states to properly coordinate such efforts. Also, TASSER is currently studying specific routes in Tennessee, and TDOT supports local efforts to coordinate with the FRA. I think to seek federal railway grants before a plan is in place is not good planning. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move to lay this amendment on the table.
That's the proper motion, probably second. The Parliamentary Situations. Representative Clemens has moved to adoption of Amendment number 3. Representative Carr has moved that motion to the table. That cuts off all debate except for that of the sponsor. Representative Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, what has happened thus far is the Department of Education has submitted an expression of interest letter to the FRA. We had to beg them to do that. Several of us who've been working on this issue, Representative Powell and several other representatives in this body have been working on this issue for years. We had to beg TDOT to submit that expression of interest letter. It is non-binding. All it does is say, hey, we're interested. That's it. It commits us to nothing. It doesn't say we're going to do anything. It guarantees your community nothing. It guarantees our transportation infrastructure no modernization. Ladies and gentlemen, this isn't asking us to spend a bunch of money. This is asking the state of Tennessee, requiring the department to work with the federal government to take yes for an answer, to take their money and facilitate the development of Amtrak and passenger rail service in the state of Tennessee. This shouldn't even be controversial. Let's take this opportunity. This is an opportunity. I coach Little League Baseball, and I tell my kids every single night, you have an opportunity. What are you going to do with it? And they all respond back to me in time. Take advantage of it. That's what we teach them. Let's take advantage of this opportunity to modernize our transportation infrastructure system. If we want to profess that's what this is about, let's take this opportunity. It's costing you nothing. All that's going to happen is your community is going to benefit. That's it. I've asked you to vote against the tabling motion.
Parliamentary Situations. Representative Clemens has moved adoption. Amendment number 3. Representative Carr has moved that motion to the table. We are voting on tabling motion. All those in favor of tabling, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Camper, no. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 70, 21 nays, 1 present, not voting.
The ayes have it. The motion to adopt amendment number 3 is tabled. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 4 by Representative McKenzie. Mr. Speaker, it was timely filed.
Representative McKenzie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I need everyone to hear me clearly. As it relates to the Improve Act, the Improve Act resulted in a gas tax increase. That gas tax equates to $274 for the average gasoline or diesel engine in the state of Tennessee. So every time we put our hose connected to our car, it's average $274. Now, with this act, everyone's talking about the toll lanes, toll roads, but we also have e-vehicles, which are ever increasing. So today, we're only paying $100 for that tax. That's too little. I agree wholeheartedly. So this act takes that up to $274. So now we have an electric vehicle tax of $274, which I wholeheartedly agree with. But there's a catch. If you vote for this, you are voting for a tax increase that will never end. You're voting for an index into inflation. So you will be voting for a tax that has no end to it. That is crystal clear. All this amendment does is simple. It sets the gasoline tax at $274 on average and the electric vehicle tax at $274. That's fair. That puts everyone on the same footing. That's all this amendment does. Please listen to the words. This is not a partisan issue. This is strictly about getting the amount of tax that we require. We are not a high-tax state, and I love it here. So be clear. So please support this simple amendment that simply sets the tax rate at $274, which is the exact same as what our diesel and gasoline engines consume on the average year in the state of Tennessee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative McKenzie.
With that, I renew my motion.
Representative McKenzie moves adoption of amendment number 4 with proper motion, properly seconded. Any discussion? Chairman Whitson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The $26 billion infrastructure deficit that our state faces today is due in large part to our gas tax revenue not keeping up with the rising costs and inflation. Allowing the fee for electric vehicles and hybrids to be indexed with a cap of 3% each year starting in 2028 ensures that TDOT and your local highway departments are better prepared to continue investing in road, bridge, and transit projects in our communities. This amendment undermines the ability to guarantee a future revenue stream and will harm cities and counties as well, since the registration fee are shared between the state and locals. Because of that, Mr. Speaker, I move to lay Amendment 4 on the table.
That proper motion, probably second. Department of Situations. Representative McKenzie has moved adoption of amendment number 4. Chairman Whitson has moved that motion to the table. That cuts off all debate except for that of the sponsor. Representative McKenzie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you move this to the table, you are voting for a tax, a never-ending tax that this body had no appetite for doing. The only reason the Improve Act passed was that you all refused to index it to inflation. I agree with that. Let's not index this to inflation. Because once you do that, it is out of control. You have no control on what that number is year over year. Please listen to it. This does nothing to take away our choice lanes. It doesn't take away the infrastructure. It creates a level playing field, which you all said, I was not here, should be set at that $274. So every four-wheel rolling vehicle now pays the same amount. I need you to hear what we're saying, what I'm saying here, what I'm hoping that we'll get a majority of the members here to say, that's right. This is a sliver. This isn't about what somebody told you to vote or how they told you to vote. This index is dangerous. It was so dangerous that the only reason the gas tax passed was you all got rid of it, those of you all that was here. So again, I ask you all to consider what I'm saying. This will do nothing to harm the bill, which I support. But this sets a level playing field, and it goes to the core Tennessee values. We're not taxing irresponsibly. To tie this to inflation is irresponsible, and I think everyone knows that. So please, I ask you to vote against the tabling motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary Situations, Representative McKenzie has moved adoption. Amendment number 4, Representative Whitson has moved that motion to the table. We're voting on the tabling motion. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye 68, 21 nays, 3 present, not voting.
The ayes have it. The motion to adopt amendment number 4 is tabled. Let the journal reflect. Representative Darby is excused. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 5 by Chairman Clemens, Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, what Amendment 5 would do is commit 30% of all the money that we are putting into this so-called Transportation Modernization Fund and ensure that it be used to design, plan, develop, and maintain public transit in the state of Tennessee. For the governor of Tennessee to call this a Transportation Modernization Act, or to call this $3 billion a Transportation Modernization Fund, is a joke. We are doing nothing to guarantee the modernization of our transportation infrastructure system. Nothing. There is no commitment by this administration to do anything to facilitate the transportation of anyone who may not be able to afford a car, who may not be able to afford to drive on a Lexus lane or a toll lane. What about disabled and special needs individuals who need to get to and from work, that can't afford to live in your city? They need to have a way to get to the office. They need to have a way to get into downtown. Public transit facilitates that and allows that. This state has not made public transit a priority. Let's be honest. And if we're going to call ourselves a modern state or a modern city of any kind, you have to have public transit. There's no great city in the world that doesn't have a reliable public transit system. So I think it is completely disingenuous for this governor to say we are modernizing anything. We have no commitment. Nothing. There's no commitment. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our commitment to the people of Tennessee, to the individuals who rely on public transit, who aren't going to be able to afford to drive on your Lexus lanes and toll lanes. The privatization of the roadways in the state of Tennessee. This is for the disabled and special needs individuals who need to get to and from work and have an equitable access to transportation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to update our infrastructure system. What we have is archaic, it's antiquated, and it requires more commitment from this body. If we're going to put $3 billion out there, let's make sure some of it's being used to actually modernize something. I ask you to vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Chairman Clemens moves adoption of amendment number 5, properly seconded. Any discussion? Chairman Faison, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to lay that amendment on the table.
Parliamentary Situations, Representative Clemens has moved adoption of amendment number 5. Chairman Faison has moved that motion to the table. That cuts off all debate except for that of the sponsor. Chairman Clemens, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I would ask you to make this commitment to the people of Tennessee to modernize our transportation infrastructure system. If we're going to talk about modernization, let's actually do the job. Let's commit the money to that. Let's make sure the money's being spent in the right way. There's no other way to guarantee this is going to happen. You can receive assurances and behind closed doors from the administration all you want, but we know nothing gets things done like codifying language. Let's ensure that we provide the people of Tennessee with a modern infrastructure system. Public transit is the future. It's necessary, and we absolutely have an obligation to provide this to the people of Tennessee. Vote against the tabling motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. We had a proper motion, proper second. The parliamentary situation is Chairman Clemens has moved adoption of amendment number 5. Chairman Faison has moved that motion to the table. We're voting on the tabling motion. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 71, 22 nays, 1 present, unvoted.
The ayes have it. The motion to adopt amendment number 5 is tabled. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 6 by Representative Hemmer, Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Representative Hemmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and sponsor. Amendment number 6 is pretty simple. It would just divide the $3 billion mentioned in the bill equally amongst the 4 regions on a per capita basis as determined by the population in the 2020 census. We know where the population is. We know where the cars, where the congestion is. This amendment is just simply allocating those dollars to those areas.
Do you wish to move adoption?
Move adoption.
That's the proper motion, probably seconded. Representative Hemmer moves adoption of amendment number 6. Any discussion? Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with this amendment, I get it. We all come down here to fight for our districts. And I understand that you would like to have more money in the Middle Tennessee. I also am in Middle Tennessee. But to take money from every other region in the entire state that has potholes and has road needs and has safety problems and say just because there's more people in Middle Tennessee that there should be more money in this bill allocated to Middle Tennessee, with all due respect, sir, is relatively selfish. So with that, I make a motion to move this bill to the table.
Parliamentary situation is Representative Hemmer has moved adoption of amendment number 6. Leader Lamberth has moved that motion to the table. That cuts off all debate except for that of the sponsor. Representative Hemmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and all due respect, I'm glad to fight for my district, for my area, for my region. I know where the problems are, and I think this amendment addresses that, and I renew my motion and ask you to vote against this tabling motion.
Parliamentary situation is Representative Hemmer has moved adoption of amendment number 6. Leader Lamberth has moved that motion to the table. We're voting on the tabling motion. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 70, 20 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion to adopt amendment number 6 is tabled. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment number 7 by Representative Clemens, Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this amendment simply removes all reference to toll lanes. This is your last opportunity. We're not modernizing anything. What we're doing is privatizing everything. I hope you all take this opportunity. Again, this is your last chance. This removes privatized toll lanes from rural Tennessee, from urban Tennessee, from suburban Tennessee. This bill, I don't know if you've read it or not, but it allows privatized toll lanes in every community in this state. You've probably been assured in your office, oh, we're not putting a toll lane in your area. We're not putting a toll lane in your area. I don't care. I don't care what anybody told you. This bill authorizes it. It's your last opportunity. This removes all, I think my leader had a problem with the word Lexus lanes, so I'll call them limousine lanes, whatever we want to call them. Because here's the problem, ladies and gentlemen. Here's the reality of the district that I have the pleasure of serving. My district is I-24, runs from downtown straight to Antioch, straight to the Rutherford County line. Now, if you represent Rutherford County, you got your folks driving in this traffic too. If you represent Murray County, your folks are sitting in this on 65. You represent Montgomery County, your folks are sitting in this on 24 on the other end of the county. Now, here's the reality. This bill also authorizes these private companies to set the rates. and the variable rates. Now, the department's probably told you, oh, don't worry, we're going to do that too. We're going to oversee that. But they're authorizing the private companies to do it with this legislation. That's the reality. So let's say you have working families. Let's say you've got somebody working downtown in the hospitality industry in this city that's driving the economy of the state of Tennessee. They may make, let's say $10, $15 an hour. Let's say $15 an hour, working at a hospital, making twice the minimum wage. Guess what? To get to work on time in one direction, if you look at other states, these variable rates, $10, $15, $20. So now, just to get to work on time, the people I represent, the people you represent, are paying an hour of their wages just to get to work on time. Guess what? They got to go back home. They got to get the kid to Little League baseball practice. They got to make it to church. They got to make it to a community meeting or one of your public meetings. They're paying another hourly wage. Oh, and guess what? They have to park down here too. That's another $20. So now you're looking, $25. So now, guess what? You work an 8-hour day, you make $15 an hour, you just got charged 4 hours at least to get to work on time. And guess what? That money's not coming to the state of Tennessee. It's not going to benefit your taxpayers. It's a private company who is profiting from your working families. If this governor wants to privatize everything, then let's call it what it is. You can change every word in the code, but if you don't change the definition, it is what it is. This is profiteering on the back of working families. Ladies and gentlemen, it's your last chance. Please jump off this cliff. Privatize your roadways. Vote for toll lanes. I dare you. I dare you. Thank you. Please adopt this amendment.
Chairman Clemens moves adoption of amendment number 7, properly seconded. Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would remind my friend from Davidson County that while that was a really good speech and he mentioned it was the last chance to vote on one of his amendments, you do have one coming up in just a moment next. So with this particular amendment, a public-private partnership allows for funds to be utilized throughout the rest of the state for needed transit projects, for roads and roads to be built and potholes to be filled. Why should the entire state have to pay hundreds of millions of dollars for small sections of congested roads in just the urban area? Why would the individuals that are actually own those roads not help fund that? The rest of us have already paid for the roads that are already there. So for a little more convenience, to be able to guarantee to be able to go 55 miles per hour, why not let the folks that are actually in a hurry to get where they're going, go ahead and pay that small fee so that the rest of us can have the roads that we need in our districts that comes in through the gas tax and through general fund dollars that are being utilized from surplus in this bill. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I move to lay this amendment on the table.
It's a proper motion, probably seconded. Parliamentary Situations. Representative Clemens has moved adoption amendment number 7. Leader Lamberth has moved that motion to the table. That cuts off all debate except for that of the sponsor. Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Leader, for the opposing perspective. The reality is that what you've been told by the department selling this privatization of your roadways is probably more accurate, because what the funds collected from these toll lanes do, they do two things. They pay for the construction of that toll lane, not transit. They pay for the construction of that toll lane, and they go in the pocket of the private company. They don't come back into the state of Tennessee's coffers. They pay for that roadway that was built for that private company to profit. That's where that money's going. It's not going into your community. And again, if you say you just want to build them in urban areas, let's be honest about it. But this bill authorizes them in rural areas. You want to put a toll lane on Wilma Rudolph Boulevard? Be my guest. You want to put a toll lane in your community, on your bypass around your little city? Be my guest. Don't ask for my heavily congested and trafficked area to carry the load for your community yet again. Don't ask the people of Nashville and Rutherford County and Murray County, Montgomery County, Dixon County, Wilson County, Smith County. Don't ask all of these working families in all these counties to pay for your community yet again, because we're already doing enough. But the reality is that money's not going to your community. It's going in the pocket of that private company, and it's going to pay off that roadway. That's how they're selling it. Well, they're saying we can't build another lane. We can't widen the interstate another lane unless we have somebody help pay for it under this archaic funding structure we have in the state of Tennessee, which is a whole other issue that we're not even addressing here today. Let's be honest about what we're doing. Ladies and gentlemen, this has done nothing to provide for public transit. It's doing nothing to benefit your community. This is all about profiting off the back of working families. That's it. If you want to vote for the rest of this bill, you want to invest $3 billion, you can still do it. Let's just not give away yet something else to private companies. In the privatization of our roadways, vote for this amendment. It's your last opportunity. Dare you.
Parliamentary situation as Representative Clemens has moved adoption of amendment number 7. Leader Lambert has moved that motion to the table. We're voting on the tabling motion. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 71, 22 nays, 1 present, on voting.
The ayes have it. The motion to adopt amendment number 7 is tabled. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 8 by Chairman Clemens. Mr. Speaker, it's timely filed.
Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, the last one was your last chance. This one just changes the name, to be honest with the people of Tennessee. If the governor wants to call this the Transportation Modernization Act, let's call it what it is. The Transportation Privatization Act. That's what you're doing. You're privatizing transportation in the state of Tennessee. That's it. We already have the opportunity to do this. If we want to build rail, we want to do commuter rail, the law already allows that under this same model. Why are we doing it just to build roadways that your working families are going to have to pay to drive on? I'm telling you, Tennesseans don't want this. But if you're going to do it, let's call it what it is. Let's be honest. Let's look people in Tennessee in the eye and say we are passing the Transportation Privatization Act. That's all this amendment does. I move for passage.
Chairman Clemens moves adoption amendment number 8. That's a proper second, proper motion. Any discussion? Chairman Howe, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must admit I'm a little mystified as to why this amendment was brought. Some of you may recall back in 2016, there was legislation passed to create a public-private partnerships for public transportation in Tennessee. I was here when that happened. That bill was co-sponsored and supported by the representative from Davidson County. That bill did not privatize public transportation. It created a partnership. That's exactly what this bill does. It creates a partnership. This bill proposed choice lanes will be operated under a lease agreement. The state of Tennessee will always own the roads. Nobody outside the state of Tennessee, no entity, no country, no construction company will ever own an inch of Tennessee roadways. And I can only assume, since I'm mystified, that this amendment does seek to privatize our roads. House Bill 321 also removes all references to toll roads, which was, I believe, adopted back in 2007, 2008. But I want travelers to have a choice to pay a user fee if they choose, and not forced to pay a toll. For that reason, Mr. Speaker, I move this amendment to the table.
It's proper motion, probably second in the parliamentary situation, is that Representative Clemens has moved adoption of amendment number 8. Chairman Howe has moved that motion to the table. That cuts off all debate except for that of the sponsor. Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate you reemphasizing what I said. The law already allows us to do this for public transit. It was a bipartisan initiative. If we want to build a modernized transportation infrastructure system, we can do it. We can build commuter rail for our communities. We can build commuter rail for our small businesses and local economies. The law allows it already. Why are we now going to allow it for something that already exists? Just to widen lanes and make working families to drive on the roadway. This legislation attempts to be as misleading as possible. Again, all this amendment seeks to do is just change the title. Transportation Privatization Act. That's it. I ask you to vote against the tabling motion.
Parliamentary Situations, Representative Clemens has moved adoption of amendment number 8. Chairman Howe has moved that motion to the table. We're voting on tabling motion. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 71, 20 nays, 1 present, not voting.
The ayes have it. The motion to adopt amendment number 8 is tabled. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment number 9 by Representative Ritchie. Mr. Speaker, it was timely filed.
Representative Ritchie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I introduced this particular amendment because the last time I was receiving responses as to we need to pass this bill and then we can find out what's in it was Obamacare, and that was Nancy Pelosi making that statement. I've asked several questions on this legislation, and the answer that I keep getting is we need to get this passed so that we can have negotiations to get contracts sent back to us to be able to further reevaluate what's actually in it. There's concerning things when it comes to non-compete clauses that are in there, which would restrict the state from being able to improve additional roads that are either connected or adjacent to these particular projects. And then there's also concerns as far as for what dollar amount we're going to actually put the citizens of Tennessee on the hook for when it comes to these particular partnerships. So this amendment's real simple. It says that the state cannot even entertain or look at a contract that has a non-compete clause inside of it, and that they could not go any more than 15% on the hook to the citizens of Tennessee. But after chatting with everybody, I know where the destination of this is. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I move this amendment, or move to withdraw this amendment. Thank you.
Without objection, amendment number 9 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings the body back to the heel of the amendments. House Transportation Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Vidal, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do realize that I'm out of order, and I apologize, but I have a group here today from Heritage Christian Academy. They're up here in the corner. If you all would help me welcome these homeschoolers here, and they are having a wonderful day learning about our republic.
Thank you. Out of order. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1, filed as House Amendment 2. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment 2.
Chairlady Hazelwood, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate Amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Howe, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, in 1923, that's 100 years ago, if your math is good, Tennessee had 244 miles of paved roads. In that same year, Governor Austin Peay asked the General Assembly to approve a 2-cent per gallon gas tax. Today, Tennessee has 96,187 miles of paved roads, more than 20,000 bridges, 1,200 miles of interstate, and 28 public transit systems serving all 95 counties. However, today, that 2-cent gas tax that was passed 100 years ago is the inflation equivalent of 35 cents. However, the state per gallon gas tax is 26 cents, and 27 for diesel. So what we have is a highway funding stream that has served the state well for about 95 years, but it has built the current infrastructure we now enjoy, but it has not kept pace with inflation, and it continues to decline. Gas tax revenue this fiscal year is about $4 million lower than the same time last year. It will continue to decline due to more fuel-efficient vehicles and the federally mandated 60% increase in fuel efficiency in the years to come. So what we're seeing is a trend showing that the gas tax is not sustainable as the sole funding source for infrastructure. So after 100 years of a system that has served us well, due to changing technology, growth in population, demand for more roads, it's time to do something about the way we address our infrastructure. That's what the Transportation Modernization Act does. At its core, it is a funding bill. It also expands TDOT's ability to use different methods to build a project, which gives TDOT authority to examine the possibility also of entering into public-private partnerships that would address the most congested and unsafe bottlenecks in Tennessee's major cities. The bill also expands from 5 to 28 the number of alternative bill contracts that TDOT can enter into, such as alternative bills, CMGC, design bill, progressive design bill. And we have seen those systems used, for example, recently on I-440 here in Nashville. That system came in on time. Actually, it came in weeks ahead of time, and it came in on budget. This bill also creates a $3 billion transportation modernization fund within the state treasury, which is separate from the TDOT budget, which is created by the gas tax. In addition, the bill allocates $300 million to the existing state aid fund, which is dedicated revenue to your counties, your county road departments. The bill makes it clear these funds must be used for infrastructure in your counties. They cannot be diverted by a local governing body, and it impacts all 95 counties. Trying to keep my eye on the clock. The bill seeks to reduce the average build time for a major TDOT project from 15 to 5 years. It addresses the serious congestion concerns we have in our major cities. It addresses the need for more funding through the Transportation Modernization Fund. The bill captures revenue from electric vehicles, which do not pay gas tax, as well as hybrid vehicles. The registration fee from those electric vehicles will be divided between state and local governments, just as the gas tax is now. And I might add that this bill is endorsed. In its current form, this bill is endorsed by the Tennessee Public Transportation Association. It is supported overwhelmingly by the Nashville Metropolitan Planning Organization, the Tennessee County Mayors Association, the County Road Superintendents Association, the Tennessee Road Builders Association, as well as the Greater Nashville Regional Mayors Caucus, as well as the Middle Tennessee Mayors Caucus. This is a good bill. It sets us up for success for the next generation, even your second generation from now. And that was, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Howell renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Powell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me start off by saying that I sit on the Transportation Committee, and the sponsor has done an excellent job of presenting this bill and going through the process. And I want to also say the commissioner and his staff have also done a good job answering questions and addressing issues that I brought up. But when it comes down to it, there are still major issues with this piece of legislation. And a lot of those have been brought up in amendments that we had a chance to vote on the floor. First of all, I am selfish. I fight for my people. I represent the fastest growing district in the city of Nashville, in South Nashville. And we continue to be traffic gridlocked and suffer from congestion. Meanwhile, I continue to see inaction in our community in improving our infrastructure and our roads in a meaningful way. Secondly, modernization. I think it's misleading to call this a modernization bill, and I appreciate the efforts that discussions we've had, and hopefully we will continue to look at real transit and focus on light rail and passenger rail in this state. It's critically important. But we had some opportunities to do that in this piece of legislation, and we're not addressing true traffic modernization, in my opinion. Third, let me talk about EVs. We are treating electric vehicles, which thank goodness Ford has decided to come here and invest heavily in our state and put one of these facilities here to build these these vehicles, but we are treating them differently than gas-powered vehicles. We are taxing them. We're putting an index on them. But we wouldn't be standing here had several General Assemblies ago, which I was on, and yes, I voted for the IMPROVE Act, if we had indexed that gas tax. We didn't make that choice, and now we're here again today. And I can tell you, I don't know if I'll be here the next time, but people in this room will be voting on another one of these increases. You can guarantee it. Fourth, you want to call them choice lanes, that's fine. But I'm telling you, just wait until these are being constructed in your district. And your constituents are angry because you're putting in Lexus lanes, choice lanes, whatever you want to call them, instead of investing in true infrastructure for everyone. Not for select few, for everyone. The last component of this is that when I voted, and this doesn't deal with this administration, but when I voted for the last IMPROVE Act, there was one key road that I wanted in my district, and I'm still waiting on that. And I've been told yet again by this current administration, and they've made promises, and they've said things about that's there, that's going to happen, but I continue to wait. Yet when I drive to a county just south of me, I continue to see project after project after project. And it's unfair. It's unfair that a city and a community that has so much growth and so much development is not getting the fair share. We should look at treating this at a per capita basis. I truly believe that. But ultimately, let me tell you what changed my mind and made me decide I'm not voting for this legislation. And I'm going to stick on this bill, but I want to say that this body and this administration has shown a desire to attack my community and my city. And when I'm on this floor and a bill is passed, and before I even leave this floor, I'm told it's signed, I take that personally. You can fool me once, shame on you. But fool me twice, shame on me. I'm not going to live by promises made by this administration. I'm proud of our council and what we've done. They funded the Metro Nashville Police Department that stopped this attack. Let Nashville fight for Nashville.
Chairman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for your comments. With regard to one point you made regarding indexing, I would indicate to you that what I mentioned a while ago, the current inflation equivalent of the 2-cent tax that was passed 100 years ago would be 35 cents today if this governing body had had the political courage to index it. I'll remind you again that in 2017, indexing was in that bill, and I was here, but this body did not have the political courage to index it. However, this is a giant step forward. We are indexing the EV registration fee, and it takes courage to do that. Why? Because it is the right thing to do. People want good roads, but we also have to pay for those good roads. And that's why indexing is in this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Mitchell, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my comments are along the same terms of Representative Powell's. You know, several years ago, we were sold a bill of goods. They came in and they said, "Oh, here's all these projects we're gonna do. You know, step up and help us. You know, raise this gas tax so we can catch up." Well, not a nickel has been spent in my district. Not one of those projects done. And they've got one on the books that they said, well, we're going to do, but they're not going to start that until 2027. I'll tell you, my people are tired of paying for this gas tax and not getting anything out of it. So there's no way in the world I'm going to have them pay more money. If you don't like Lexus lanes, how about Mercedes movers, Beamer boulevards, Tesla trails? I'm not having my people pay any more money for something they're not going to get any benefit out of. You may have noticed I didn't have an amendment. You know why I didn't have an amendment? Because it wouldn't hold the caption. Because I was going to give all of y'all an opportunity to take that gas tax increase off, because I'm sure many of your districts aren't getting any benefit from it. But I'm sure there will be a bill that comes on the floor before session ends that will hold that amendment, and I'm going to give all of you the opportunity, because today you're privatizing the streets and you're giving it to the wealthy to have the fast lane, but the hardworking people aren't going to be able to do that. They're going to still sit there in traffic. So when they're calling you and asking you if you did anything for them, well, you may need to ask them if they're driving that Lexus or that Beamer or that Mercedes, because you're helping them. But my folks are tired of paying that increased gas tax and got nothing out of it. You know, and I love when TDOT comes in my office and they're like, well, it's not political. It's not political. Don't tell me it's not political. I've been around here long enough. You know, when Ned Ray McWhorter was governor, you know, if he'd had one more term in office, every farm in West Tennessee may have been paved over. So it's both sides do it. So don't come tell me it's political. But what really irritates me is I drive to all these surrounding counties of all these people who voted against the Improve Act, and that's where I see all the construction. That's where all the construction's going on, where these people didn't have the courage or bravery to stand up and do what they needed to do, but they're getting rewarded. So my people, like I said, are sick and tired of paying for this. So I'm going to give all of you the opportunity the next time a bill comes on the floor, we're going to get that little vote. So everyone's going to get to be on record again, whether you were here for the Improve Act or not, so you can step up and either be for a gas tax or take that off your people. Thank you.
Chairman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My only comment would be that this bill triples the current TDOT budget. That's a lot of money. Every county in this state is going to benefit. There is a separate $300 million fund that will be divided into the states, and I believe, I can tell you what that number is if I can find it real quick, but I believe just out of the $300 million fund, Davidson County is going to receive $11,200,000 just from the $300 million. That does not count the $3 billion that's going to be spent to leverage the choice lanes that will alleviate the traffic here. With regard to the Improve Act, of course, we know what happened with the Biden inflation. COVID hit, inflation hit, and that 7.5 cent gas tax was eat up. But I will proudly say that TDOT has done a great job of taking those 900 projects that was in the Improve Act, and about 2/3 of those projects are now in some phase of development. That's a good job by TDOT. We need additional funding, and that's what this bill does. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, $11 million is a joke. 440 was a $153 million project, and that was one project. $11 million to the busiest, biggest city in the state of Tennessee? Give me a break. Ladies and gentlemen, I've already hit on these points, but there is no modernization in this bill. This is privatization. Worst of all, we're trying to lie, or at the very best, misrepresent what we're doing with this bill by changing words. Literally, sections of this bill change the word toll to user fee, toll to user fee, tollway to user lane. I mean, we're not even changing the definition. Is that how lazy this administration is? I mean, is that how badly that you're trying to hide from what we're actually doing, that all you're doing is literally changing words and not definitions? I mean, give me a break. There's a cap in here in 541602 that limits these new projects to 28 alternative delivery projects. I have no objection to alternative delivery projects. Design build projects did 440. They've done our bridges. They can do great work. However, these are expensive projects. These require larger companies with a lot of resources, most of which are from out of state, that bring in out of state workers. So I want everyone in this room to be aware that we're threatening local jobs and local businesses with this cap of 28. This is almost a joke, because it excludes projects funded by the Transportation Modernization Fund, $3 billion. $3 billion isn't covered with these caps. Money that's going to go to out of state. That's 20 440 projects, which was the largest design build project of its type at that time. It excludes discretionary funds. I think we all know what discretionary funds are. That means the administration can do whatever the heck they want with it. And federal grant program funds. Well, we all know the money, the real money, comes from the federal government. So this 28 cap, you think we're going to do 28 design build projects in this state in a year? I'd love for that to happen, but it ain't going to happen. But that elevated cap means all these jobs, all this money is going to out-of-state corporations, out-of-state workers, and it's not going to benefit the people in your community who have been serving this state for years. Our Tennessee road builders, our local companies, they thrive. They do a great job. Once upon a time, we had the best roadways in the country because of our local road builders. This bill does not protect them. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, this is a Band-Aid on a gaping wound. As the chairman said, we've been using the same funding model in the state of Tennessee since 1923, since Governor Austin Peay. That's how old this funding model is. We bond out and finance everything we do in the state of Tennessee except for roads. How much sense does that make? How much sense does that make? Are roads that sacred that we're going to use the excuse of something a governor did in 1923 to hold this as sacred, to hold us back from modernizing our transportation infrastructure system? Think about that. Why? Why? It makes zero sense. And now we're going to use that antiquated funding model and archaic, insufficient funding model as an excuse to privatize our roadways and somehow claim that toll lanes are going to fix the problem? And that a one-time injection of a transportation modernization fund is going to fix the problem and get all these 900 projects on our state books resolved overnight? Give me a break. Give me a break. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not fixing anything here. There's a root cause of this issue. It's an archaic funding model that we need to modernize so that we can modernize the infrastructure system to follow. Don't vote for the privatization of our roadways. Demand better. We're punting the ball down the road yet again. This is a Band-Aid. When we passed the Improve Act, we said we'd be back in 4 years. Guess what? We were right. Guess what? This governor is punting again to the next governor, and nothing's going to get fixed in the meantime, except you're going to have toll lanes in your community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the gentleman's comments, but I need to correct some statements that were made that are not correct. We are not shipping our road building jobs out of the state. With more than 20 years of data and 30 states that have adopted a public-private partnership model, the data shows that 70% of the work done on these P3 projects are done by contractors in those states. I think this is a jobs program myself for people who live and work and have businesses in Tennessee. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Howell renews his motion. Representative Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question being called. Objection. I don't see enough. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 273, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Pearson's an aye. He pointed up. Vital aye. This is the bill. This is the bill. Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 78, 12 nays, 3 present,
Senate
not
Bill
voting.
273, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 160 by Speaker Pro Tem Marsh, relative to server permits. Mr. Speaker, that's item 5.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of HB 160 on third and final consideration.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh moves passage. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House State Government Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Keesling, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment number 1 rewrites the bill. We're going to defer to Speaker Marsh for further explanation. We move to adopt.
Chairman Keesling moves adoption of amendment number 1. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill was brought to us by the Tennessee Hospitality Group Association to help put more people to work in our state that serve liquor by the drink. They're very short of staff, and we feel like this bill might help put some more people to work. Currently, if a server or potential server has a felony charge, they lose their permit license for 8 years. This bill cuts that 8 years down to 4 years under certain circumstances. With that, I'll renew my motion.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Powell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say this is a good bill. Gives people an opportunity to earn a living that have already gotten the right for a second chance. And hopefully we can see more bills like this that help those who have formerly committed those acts and rehabilitated their lives a second opportunity. So thank you.
Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 160 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 79, 10 nay, 3 present, not voting.
House Bill 160, having read its constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Mr. Clerk, can you read a rule for me, please, on voting?
Mr. Speaker, House Rule 29, as a reminder to the members, no member shall vote for another member on the electronic roll call system or otherwise. A member temporarily away from their desk but within the House chamber may request the clerk record their vote before the result is announced by the Speaker. If a member is deemed absent by the clerk during voting, the clerk shall lock the member's electronic roll call machine.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Clerk. Are we under the rule? I might have missed it.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, under the rule is something that has fallen out of practice as this rule was changed to reflect.
Hang on, Mr. Clerk. Ma'am, I'm asking you one last time. Mr. Trooper, please remove her from the chamber. Mr. Clerk, you're recognized. Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the term under the rule has fallen out of practice. At some point in a previous General Assembly, those rules were put into the rule, so we're always under the rule.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks for the clarification, Mr. Clerk. So, in other words, you're calling all of us that's been here for a while old school and antiquated, basically, right?
Mr. Clerk. Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since we're on parliamentary inquiry, I was told just by you right now and by a member of your staff that I cannot wear a pin that says "Halt the Assault" with a picture of AR-15, that I'm banned from wearing this pin.
Mr. Clerk, can you explain the rule to him, please?
Mr. Speaker, Rule 35, members shall not enter any meeting of the House, its committees, its subcommittees, joint conventions, or joint committees with props or personal displays of any kind that may be used as a visual aid for the advocacy of or in opposition to any legislation or political message whatsoever.
Representative Jones.
Mr. Speaker, members of the other side of the aisle always wear pins that say the NRA. They wear pins with the AR-15 on it, but you're telling me that I cannot wear a pin with a picture of an AR-15.
Representative Jones, you made an allegation to a member today that they were wearing such a pin, and they were not. So you've heard the rule. We're moving on. Any further discussion? All right. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 559 by Chairman Todd and others relative to education savings accounts. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Todd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 638.
Chairman Todd moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 638 without objection. So ordered. Chairman Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 638 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Todd moves passage of Senate Bill 638 on third and final consideration. Will I be seconded? Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chairman Todd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 559 is a bill that is fundamentally about fairness. It temporarily waives the prior year in public school requirement for the ESA program because lawsuits locked up that program for more than 2 years. We intended to help a certain group of kids with the ESA program, and many of those have had to choose other routes for education since that time, which makes them technically ineligible, and this just grandfathers that group of kids in, so they are now eligible for the program. This is somewhat making up for the negative effects the suit had on their lives. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Todd renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is kind of special. You know, we were told when this voucher bill was bribed its way in a couple of years ago that it was for children who were in bad performing schools. It was inner city schools. It was all these horrible things we said, but we always said what it really was. It was a private school subsidy plan for wealthy kids. And now we're just going ahead and just saying it. We're just laying it on out there and let's just be honest. But, you know, maybe we didn't have to offer any general positions or anything like that this time. You know, maybe nobody's going to be indicted over this bill or anything. But we're laying it out there just what it is. You know, this isn't to help any kid in a bad school. This is, okay, we've got a bunch of charter schools, and that's hurting the mid-level private schools in this state, so we've got to do something to funnel money to them. You know, the amount of a voucher in this state is about 40% of the average cost of a private school. Then on top of that, that poor child that they say they're trying to help doesn't have any transportation to and from that private school you're going to give him the voucher for, that you're only paying for 40% of his school. He's coming from an inner city home that, you know, we were told it's single parents or the parents, you know, are on drugs or something like that. We were told a couple of years ago. Just horrible situations that, you know, if you're voting against vouchers, you're against these poor children. Well, we see what it's for. It's a rich kid subsidy plan. It's private schools. That's all this is about. It's about taking money out of our public schools, out of those schools that we ought to be infusing money into, but we're taking money out of it. And it's a shame we're even discussing this legislation, because I was sitting in here and that board was open for 45 minutes so enough people could be bribed to pass the voucher legislation in the first damn place.
Representative Mitchell, that is off the path. You've gone down a different road, and you accuse members in this body of something that you cannot prove. So I would ask you to refrain and stick to the legislation, please. Representative Mitchell.
Well, I think 2 representatives did say that happened, Speaker.
Representative Mitchell, we are on the bill. Okay, we're moving on. Representative Marsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? That's the objection. We're on the board. We're voting on previous question. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Oh. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye 68, 23 nays.
Previous question prevails. All those in favor of Senate Bill 638 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 59, 29 nays, 6 present not voting.
Senate Bill 638, having received a constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. The motion for consider is tabled. Representative, you are out of order. All right. Leader, I take a 5-minute recess. Leadership, come up here. Mr. Sergeant of Arms, invite the members into the chamber and close doors. I hereby declare the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee now in session. Claire Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to dispense with the calling of the roll.
Thank you. Members, we all know, like a year or two ago, that tensions and frustrations can run high, and that we have addressed those concerns before here on the House floor, and we have worked through those concerns with members. And so in situations like this, we understand that people have highly emotional on certain subjects. At the same time, there is a proper way to handle that and a proper way not to. And what was demonstrated on this House floor is not the proper way to do that. And I would suggest that almost unanimously everybody in this body would agree that that was not acceptable behavior. That is not how members of the General Assembly should act and what they should do, regardless of how high frustrations, disappointment, anger is. And so I'm hoping we are going to finish this calendar today. Hopefully everybody will stay. If you feel like you cannot stay, then we will be happy to excuse you if you need to leave. And Representative Hawk is excused. Mr. Clerk, call up the next bill.
Mr. Speaker, the House is on item 7, House Bill 765 by Chairman Kiesling, relative to the use of off-highway vehicles on state highways and county roads. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Kiesling, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1006.
Chairman Kiesling moves to substitute and form Senate Bill 1006, probably second. Without objection, so ordered. Chairman Kiesling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1006 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Kiesling moves passage of Senate Bill 1006 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Transportation Committee Amendment number 1. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's the same as the Senate amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Kiesling, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill is has a local application. We have just under 2 miles of state route in Fentress County, where our county commission has petitioned both Senator Yeager and I for allowance on ATV and off-road terrain vehicles. And we both want to compliment TDOT or Safety for working with us and the community as well. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'll renew my motion.
Chairman Kiesling renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Bracken?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know I apologize for being out of order, but I'd like to recognize my 2 pages today because they need to go home and join their parents. But I have Trey Sullivan here and Devian Dykus. Lee's the son of Lee and Amy Sullivan from Manchester, and Davian is son of, well-known to most of y'all, Billy Dykus, also from Manchester, and his wife Rhonda. So please welcome them and thank them.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sponsor Yale. I don't know how I missed this, but I wished I'd known you were bringing it. I had the same problem you had, but this only for Fentress County. It's not a statewide application, right?
Chairman Kiesling.
Oh, no, sir. No, Fentress only. Fentress only.
Representative Shaw.
Are we too late to amend it? Because I need to do the same thing.
Chairman Kiesling.
I'm sorry. No.
Representative Shaw. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Whitson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know I'm out of order, but I'm standing up here honored to be standing with a fellow Army veteran. That news reports have given the casualty count on the 2 helicopters that went down in Kentucky last night at 10 o'clock. They're reporting 9 soldiers from the 101st lost their lives training to defend our country. Would you please join us in a moment of silence? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Let the journal reflect Representative Martin Hamilton's excuse. Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1006, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 89, no nays.
Senate Bill 1006, having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Motion to reconsider is tabled. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1277 by Chairman Reagan and others, relative to Historic Zoning Commission members. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Reagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1132.
Chairman Reagan moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 1132 without objection. So ordered. Chairman Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1132 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Reagan moves passage of Senate Bill 1132 on third and final consideration. By second, Mr. Clerk, call the First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chairman Reagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a simple bill, and this is the case many times down here when we pass a bill for our locals and they get it back and try to put it into action. They find out that it wasn't what they wanted in terms of what they asked for. So Anderson County has asked me to carry this bill to repeal a previous bill that we passed last year because it's not working as they thought. With that explanation, I stand ready to answer questions and renew my motion.
Chairman Reagan renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson.
Thank you. Sponsor, would you yield to questions?
Chairman Reagan.
I yield.
Representative Pearson.
Can you talk a little bit more about what this bill does? Because what I understand is it's removing authority of the executive of a city or county to fill a vacancy on a historic zoning commission. Is that right?
Chairman Reagan.
What it is doing is restoring the law to its previous condition prior to what we passed last session. So it is putting it back like it was.
Representative Pearson.
Why do we change it in the first place?
Chairman Reagan.
Thank you. Because that locality asked me, I represent that area. They asked me to carry the bill to change it last session. I did. After they tried to implement it, they found out that what they had asked for was not what they thought it was. So they've asked me to repeal it.
Representative Pearson.
So what's the challenge that they're finding now?
Chairman Reagan.
It's not working as they thought it would.
Representative Pearson.
Yeah, how isn't it working? And how is this bill fixing that?
Chairman Reagan.
The bill that we passed last year created confusion at the local level, and they could not get it resolved. That's how it's not working. This bill puts the law back the way it was before the bill they asked me to carry.
Representative Pearson.
Yeah. So here's what's interesting for me. Things weren't working, and you passed a bill to fix that problem. And now the problem that needed fixing is going to exist again, wouldn't it? Because we're going back to the status quo of how it was before the bill was passed. So how is this a solution?
Chairman Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, you are incorrect. The previous law was working. They thought the change they requested would make it work better. As it turns out, it didn't. So we're going back to the way that was working.
Representative Pearson.
Okay, so I understand that. I think there's something powerful about having executives and even legislatures helping to decide the folks who serve on historic zoning commissions and responsible for those particular areas and not having that power taken away. And so I know it's particular to you and the work in Anderson County, but I think as you see, the ramifications are going to be across the state, and keeping that power with localities, I think, is important. Have you heard of any other instances where this didn't work well in other counties, where the bill had negative ramifications?
Chairman Reagan.
No, sir.
Representative Pearson.
Just for clarification, is this bill specific to Anderson County or all 95 counties?
Chairman Reagan.
It's a law of statewide application, but it was specific to Anderson County and their request that it be changed. To my knowledge, no other county has had a problem with a previous law. They didn't have to follow this. It was permissive. They've asked to have it repealed.
Representative Pearson.
Got it.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1132 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member cast their vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Hazelwood, aye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 87, 2 nays, 1 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 1132, having received constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reads series table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1002 by Leader Lamberth, relative to criminal justice.
Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1002 on third and final consideration.
Leader Lamberth moves passage, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Halsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment makes the bill. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment 1 and defer to the sponsor for further explanation.
Chairman Halsey moves adoption of amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Leader Lamberth renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Leader Lamberth, can you explain what the law is currently and how you're changing it, given this discretion to the Attorney General?
Leader Lamberth.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Currently, during the appellate process, post-conviction trial level issues are handled by the local district attorneys. The Attorney General's office handles the remaining, post-conviction issues. This allows them to have exclusive jurisdiction over those post-conviction issues just in capital cases.
Chairman Clemens.
So we're removing the discretion from the local attorneys general and giving it to the state attorney general. Is that correct?
Leader Lamberth.
The state attorney general handles all other appellate matters, and they will have exclusive jurisdiction over post-conviction matters as well in capital cases.
Chairman Clemens.
And who previously holds that power? That's what I'm trying to get on the record.
Leader Lamberth.
As I said a moment ago, so previously the local district attorney handled post-conviction matters, just that small snippet of the post-conviction issues. The Attorney General's office handles all other appellate issues, and now will be handling that responsibility as well, just for capital cases.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Pearson.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm seeing this note about inventories and things like that. Can you talk a little bit more about why we need this bill?
Leader Lamberth.
Sir? No, sir.
Representative Pearson.
You don't have any reason why we need the bill?
Leader Lamberth.
Yes, sir, plenty, none of which I feel like discussing with you today.
Representative Pearson. Out of order.
Thank you. Very out of order. I mean, you're the leader here. Now we're having conversation.
Out of order. Out of order. Representative Pearson, you want to stick to the bill? Representative Pearson.
Thank you. Thank you. We're talking about the bill. So we don't necessarily know the reason for having this legislation, but are there district attorneys or other folks across the state who've reached out about the need to have this power given to the Attorney General rather than locally at the district level?
Leader Lamberth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The contents of this bill are contained both in the bill and in the amendment. You are welcome to peruse those at your pleasure, but your questions will not be answered by me, sir. I am able to answer them, but due to your behavior today, I shall not. You may make whatever statement you would like about the bill. I'm not answering his questions yet.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate it. And I want to, if we can just read this bill. I've got item number 9, sexual offenses. as introduced, requires law enforcement agencies and departments charged with the maintenance, storage, and preservation of sexual assault collection kits to conduct an inventory of all such kits by January 1st, 2024, and compile a report of the number of untested kits and the date collected. Requires the agency or department to transmit the report to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. Requires the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation to prepare and transmit a report to the Speaker of the Senate, Speaker of the House of Representatives, containing the number of untested sexual assault collection kits by July 1st, 2024, amends TCA, Title 8, Title 37, Title 39, Title 40, Title 41, and Title 55, Chapter 10, Part 4. The fiscal note for this, just for the record, is not significant. It's been recommended with passage, and the Senate Calendar Committee with 6 ayes and 1 nay, 0 present, not voting. There was an amendment, A1, House Criminal Justice Committee, Amendment Number 1, 005770, which rewrote this bill and grants the Attorney General with exclusive prosecutorial authority over death penalty cases involving collateral review, intellectual disability, and error coram nobis, and it was moved to be adopted. I think we have to think about power and where it lies and the consequences of taking power away from district attorneys and people locally and handing it to the Attorney General in such important cases. The reality is people who are more proximate to decision making are the ones who ultimately make better decisions for our constituencies. And each of us have a responsibility to keep that power at the local level as best as we can. And this bill, unfortunately, I think sponsor takes away that power and gives it to one person and one entity, which is contrary to the way that things have been operating and the way things have been going. And so I think as we continue to move legislation forward and continue to pass laws here, we have to continue to work to empower those who are at the local level and not disempower them by passing laws that take away their power. And so that's something that I would hope each and every one of you continue to consider, because we have to go back to these districts, these district attorneys and leaders who are trying these very difficult cases and tell them that they no longer have power in these particular instances. And so that's something, leader and sponsor, I would encourage you and other colleagues to continue to consider as legislation comes forward, how we elevate local communities and elevate local law enforcement to do their job and their roles instead of taking that power away.
Representative Halsey, you're recognized.
I just want to say thanks for bringing the bill. District attorneys across this state get tied up with thousands of hours on post-death penalty cases. They're more than happy to dump this over across the street because they got the staff to pursue it. So thanks for running it.
Thank you, Chairman Crawford.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I'll move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? We'll vote. We're voting on previous question. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has any member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote. Cheryl, aye.
Aye 74, 16 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 1002 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye 72, 14 nays.
House Bill 1002, having received a constitutional majority, I declare passed without objection. Motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1225 by Leader Lamberth and others relative to child support.
Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move passage of House Bill 1225 on third and final consideration.
Leader Lamberth moves passage by consecutive. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Civil Justice Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment rewrites the bill. Defer to the sponsor for further explanation. Move to adopt.
Chairman Farmer moves adoption of amendment number 1. Probably second. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In hopes of a bill that we can all get together on, right now, if someone gets behind on their child support payments, one of the first things that a judge does is take their license to drive. This bill will allow that judge to give them a restricted license, if they so request, to go to and from work, church, school at the discretion of the trial judge. That skips several steps that previously were there, and it makes it easier for folks to work and actually fulfill their obligations for child support. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Leader Lamberth renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Leader, for bringing this bill, because it made absolutely zero sense to me how we put somebody on child support and then take their license for not paying child support, when how in the heck are they supposed to get to work to pay child support? So thank you for bringing the bill, and I hope you'll allow me to sign on. Appreciate you.
Very good. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 1225 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Clemens, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 89, no nays.
House Bill 1225, having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. Most reconsidered table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1211 by Chairman Boyd and others relative to broadband services.
Chairman Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1211 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Boyd moves passage. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call the First Amendment.
House Commerce Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt, defer to the sponsor.
Chairman Vaughn moves adoption of amendment number 1. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, later this year, Tennessee will receive nearly $1 billion in BEAD money from the federal government for the expansion of broadband in Tennessee. This money will be dispersed through a grant program with the Tennessee Department of ECD. House Bill 1211 puts some legislative guardrails in place to ensure that we are good stewards of these public dollars and that they are used for the most efficiently a way to get broadband to Tennesseans that need it. Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Boyd renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question been called. Any objection? No objection. We're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 1211 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Barrett, aye. Lamberth, aye. Hardaway, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 91, no nays.
House Bill 1211 having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The most reconsidered table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings the body back to item 2, House Joint Resolution 27, by Representative Stevens and others, a resolution to express strong support for completing southern border wall and urge Congress to immediately take action to fund the construction necessary for completion.
Representative Stevens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of House Joint Resolution 27.
Representative Stevens moves adoption. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, any amendments been filed?
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Representative Stevens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This resolution expresses this body's strong support for completing the southern border wall, and it urges Congress to immediately take action to fund the construction necessary for the completion. And with that, I renew my motion.
Representative Stevens renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Powers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Any objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Joint Resolution 27, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Barrett, aye. Mr. Clerk, take a vote.
Ayes 69, 23 nays.
House Joint Resolution 27, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare adopted without objection. The most reconsidered table. Call up the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 327 by Chairman Zachary and others relative to financial activities of the Governor's Office of Faith-Based Community Initiatives. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 279.
Chairman Zachary moves substitute form Senate Bill 279, probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 279 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Zachary moves passage of Senate Bill 279 on third and final consideration. Properly seconded. Ms. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1, Mr. Speaker. It's the same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate Amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Ms. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This simply allows for an appropriation to the Office of Faith-Based Initiatives. That I renew my motion.
Chairman Zachary renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will these folks who work in this office be able to receive state funds as well as be able to be paid by outside sources as well?
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, the amendment addresses that and clarifies that. We had that discussion in committee. It ensures that they cannot receive payment from any outside funds that they raise.
Representative Mitchell.
Thank you.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This does include all faith-based initiatives across the state, though, does it?
Chairman Zachary.
Yes, sir.
Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Call for the question.
Previous question been called. Any objection? We got objection. We're voting on previous question. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Barrett, aye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 66, 22 nays.
Previous question prevails. We are voting. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 279 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 72, 16 nays, 1 present, not voted.
Senate Bill 279 having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. The most reconsidered is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 306 by Representative Bolso.
Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That member has previously been excused. If I may make a motion to roll House Bill 306 to the first available spot on next Thursday's regular calendar.
Without objection. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1271 by Representative Cochran relative to students. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Cochran, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 0443.
Representative Cochran moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 443, probably second without objection. So ordered. Representative Cochran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 443 on third and final consideration.
Representative Cochran moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 443 without objection. Representative Cochran on third and final consideration. Sorry. Ms. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Education Administration Committee Amendment number 1, Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate amendment, so I move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Cochran, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 443 is the Access and Opportunity Act, just ensures that any homeschool student that transfers into a public school has equal access to programs as long as they're in good academic standing. With that, I renew my motion.
Representative Cochran renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Do they have to actually attend? You said transfer into that school, so they have to be attending that school to participate in those programs?
Representative Cochran.
That is correct. So they would be transferring to that school, and when they transfer, as long as they are in good academic standings, meet the school's requirements, they can participate in that program.
Representative Clemens, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Holtzclaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call previous question.
Previous question been called. Any objection? I don't see 3 hands. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 443 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 83, 5 nays.
Senate Bill 443 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Most reconsidered is tabled. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 36 by Representative Hardaway and others relative to charter schools.
Representative Hardaway, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. Want to roll 1 week, next Thursday, first available spot on that calendar, please.
Without objection, roll. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 882 by Representative Martin relative to elections. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Leary Lamberth, need you to roll that.
Mr. Speaker, would you like to go to Thursday's regular calendar?
Next available calendar.
Make a motion, next available calendar, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 275 by Chair Lady Hazelwood relative to exchange programs for needles and hypodermic syringes.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask for this to be rolled 2 weeks, please.
Without objection, roll 2 weeks. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 722 by Chairman Hulsey and others relative to criminal offenses.
Chairman Hulsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 722 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Hulsey moves passage, following second. Ms. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment changes the
Hey,
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I think I've got it back.
Which bill is that on, Chairman Crawford?
32, item 32, House Bill 1557.
We'll be there in a minute.
All right.
Thank you. Vice Chairman Gillespie, you're recognized.
This is my first time doing this, so I got a little concerned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment limits the application of the bill to only enhance the penalty for voluntary manslaughter. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of House Criminal Committee Amendment Number 1.
Vice Chairman Gillespie moves adoption of Amendment Number 1. Properly second. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Amendment Number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendment.
Chairman Hulsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this does is moves voluntary manslaughter from a Class C felony to a Class B felony. And the reason for that is a lot of times juries will reduce a first-degree or second-degree murder charge down to voluntary manslaughter thinking they are doing a good thing, and a jury cannot be told from a judge what the penalty is, and they're pretty horrified when they find out that for killing somebody on a Range 1 offender under a Class C, you get 3 to 6 years. So this bumps voluntary manslaughter to a Class B felony. With that, I renew my motion.
Hulsey renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Grills, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question, McCall. I see objection. We'll just go ahead and vote. We're voting previous question. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Previous question prevails. We're voting.
Mr. Speaker, that was 68 ayes, 20 nays.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. All those in favor of House Bill 722 as amended vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Parkinson, aye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 72, 18 nays.
House Bill 722, having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The most reconsidered is tabled. Next bill, Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would just respectfully request, I know this has been a difficult day for everybody in here, and I know temperatures raised, but we are voting on substantive legislation regardless of this climate, regardless of this day. I would simply request that we be allowed to discuss legislation in a substantive manner if that is at all possible and to the extent possible. So please extend the respect to both sides of the aisle and let's have conversation on bills if it is required. So I would ask my colleagues to refrain from calling previous question immediately if possible so that we could at least have a couple of questions if they are necessary and warranted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, call the next bill.
House Bill 325 by Chairman Terry and others relative to opioid prescription limitations. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Terry, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 277.
Chairman Terry moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 277, properly second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 277 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Terry moves passage of Senate Bill 277 on third and final consideration, properly second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment Number 1.
Vice Chairman Leatherwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for further explanation.
Vice Chairman Leatherwood moves adoption of House Amendment Number 1, properly second. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of adopting House Amendment Number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You've adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill removes the sunset from the 2018 10 Together opioid prescription guidelines so that we can keep the guidelines in place. With that, I renew my motion.
Chairman Terry renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? First on the list, Representative Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
He calls previous question. Only one hand's up. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 277 has been to vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member cast their vote? Each member wishes to change their vote. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 89, no nays.
Senate Bill 277 having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. Most for consider table. Call next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 529 by Representative Slater relative to educator licensure. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Faison, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a motion to roll item number 20, 21, and 22 to the next available calendar, next available space.
Without objection, roll. Call next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 910 by Representative Gillespie relative to residency requirements.
Representative Gillespie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 910 on third and final consideration.
Representative Gillespie moves passage. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, any amendment's been filed.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Representative Gillespie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this bill does is pretty simple. It just simply allows a deputy corrections officer at a local jail to live in another county than where they're working. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Gillespie renews his motion. He's got on the bill. Representative Thompson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, I'm not going to ask for the question, but I do have a question on the bill. Would this prevent any county commission from having a preference of those employees being hired within the county alone? Not a requirement, but a preference?
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So right now, in the county that I live in and represent, we have about a 50% capacity right now for our corrections officer. Let that sink in. We need about 900 correction deputies, and we have about 500.
Representative Thompson.
Thank you, and of course I live in the same county, and I'm quite aware of the problem, and but I'm also concerned that, you know, if we open this to anybody in adjoining counties, we're going to wind up with a large portion of our employees in corrections in not just other counties but other states as well, since we have two other states that are adjoining Shelby County. So would this prevent county commission from at least having a preference from hiring within Shelby County or any other county?
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My concern is a massive jailbreak happening or an inmate dying because of lack of supervision. With that, I renew my motion.
Representative Thompson.
Okay, I'm not having my question answered. I would ask if you would consider rolling this, and let's consider some of the other implications on the bill.
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Take that as a no. Representative Thompson.
Thank you, and without any guarantees like that, I will have to oppose it, even though I am definitely in sympathy with the subject matter on the bill.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Mr. Sponsor. I was trying to finish chewing my little gummy bear here, but it's very chewy. Here's the challenge, and I understand what you're doing, and I understand your reasoning for doing it. And I completely agree with you that, we need more jailers and correction officers. But I'm not so, and I'm going to vote for your bill. But the problem is, I really don't think your bill gets to the root of the problem of the fact that it's a crappy job. It's a crappy job with crappy pay, and with a crappy environment where the jailers are not given or taken care of the way that they need to be taken care of. They should be paid more. It's a dangerous, dangerous job, especially, for those that work at 201 Poplar, 4th floor. It's a dangerous, dangerous job. They're not receiving the pay and benefits that they deserve, and the environment is horrible. And we have to do a better job in competing, and making sure that they receive the pay and benefits that they need. If they were receiving the pay and benefits that they needed, you wouldn't even have to bring the bill. But I truly appreciate your effort and what you're trying to do, but we got to address the root situation when it comes to our correction officers and our jailers. That turnover rate is ridiculously high. The sick leave is ridiculously high. The FMLA is ridiculously high because no one wants to be there, and they don't see the benefit of being there for what they're getting from our county. And I hate that you even have to bring this bill, but I understand your reason for bringing it. And thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor.
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Last year, I brought forward legislation that helped the benefits for deputy jailers that were injured or killed in the line of duty. I'm taking baby steps to fix this problem, and this is part of the fix.
Representative Miller. Do you raise your hand, Representative Miller?
Question on the bill.
Oh, question's been called. Any objection? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 910 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 73, 16 nays.
House Bill 910 now received constitutional majority. Everybody declare passed by objection. Most reconsider table. Bob, next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 92 by Representative Gillespie and others relative to traffic safety.
Representative Gillespie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 92 on third and final consideration.
Representative Gillespie moves passage. Probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, any amendment's been filed?
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Representative Gillespie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Several years ago, the General Assembly passed a law that required, when safe to do so, for motorists to move over one lane when there was a stopped emergency vehicle on the road with its lights on. What this bill does is it expands that to include utility workers, TDOT workers, and all other motorists that have their hazard lights on. In the last year in Memphis alone, we've had 2 paramedics, 1 TDOT worker, and 1 MLGW worker killed in the line of duty because people simply do not move over. What this does is will increase the monetary fine if they're caught, and will also allow us to work with the Department of Transportation to get a public service announcement out there to inform the public that this is the law and it's common sense and we need to protect the people that are stopped and stranded on the side of the road. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Gillespie renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this is a very important bill. Several years ago in my community, we had a police officer that was killed by somebody that went around. TDOT was out, and so was an officer and their crew, and they went around and struck and killed this officer. And we actually put forth legislation to rename that interchange after that officer. But I see this all too often as people not pulling over for those folks who are out there risking their own lives to protect our safety. And it's very important that motorists of Tennessee use precaution, especially for those that are out there working to clear the way so that we can all be safe. So I appreciate the bill, sent you a co-sponsor and request, and appreciate you running the bill.
Thank you. Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, sponsor, for the bill. As you know, the inspiration for the bill itself, Jabari Bailey, is a personal friend. I used to coach him in youth sports. He and my children play together, same age group. And it's just a shame that such a fine young man that had the potential, he actually went to school at Tuskegee on a football scholarship. And members, he was doing a good Samaritan deed in stopping to help one of his friends. And I'd say stopping, came to help one of his friends that was having car trouble. And the payoff for his good deed was to have someone hit the car, one of the cars, that squeezed him between them, and he lost a leg. This is a common sense bill. It just, those who are driving and not paying attention, when you see someone in distress on the side of the road, especially if they have their hazard lights on or if their emergency lights on, you need to pull over into at least one lane away from that scene. We have Jabari as a motivation for the bill, but as the sponsor read off, we've had many who were killed just doing their job. So we can do better. And I'd say we, I'm talking to all Tennesseans and those who drive on our Tennessee roads. We can do better. We must do better. Thank you, sponsor.
Thank you. Representative Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was going to mention the same story that Representative Hardaway did, but I'm sure he did it much more eloquently. But yes, I just want to echo this. It's a very important bill. It'll help to make our roads a little bit safer, and I think it'll have a very positive effect on our streets and roads all over the state. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. Any objections to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 92 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 89, no nays.
House Bill 92, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. The most reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 396 by Chairman Vaughn and others relative to workers' compensation. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 97.
Chairman Vaughn moves substitute form Senate Bill 97, probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now move passage of Senate Bill 97 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Vaughn moves passage of Senate Bill 97 on third and final consideration. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Commerce Committee Amendment Number 1, Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment Numbers 1 and 2 combined.
Vice Chairman Bricken, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate Amendments 1 and 2. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment Number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to be here as a cheap dime store version of Representative Gant, who originally proposed this bill. He's out getting, he's undergoing a new round of physical therapy, so we hope the best for him. This bill is named the Garrison Jordan Survivor Benefits Act. What it does is it increases workman's compensation payments for survivors of folks who are killed on the job. And with that, sir, I'll renew my motion.
Representative Vaughn renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 97, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 89, no nays.
Senate Bill 97, having received a constitutional majority by clerk, passed without objection. Most for series table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1182 by Representative Garrett and others relative to service agreements. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Garrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 0368.
Representative Garrett moves substitute and conform to Senate Bill 368, probably second without objection. So ordered. Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 368 on third and final consideration.
Representative Garrett moves passage of Senate Bill 368 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Commerce Committee Amendment Number 1, Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's why we're going to move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment Number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Garrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is House Bill 1182. It's the Land Records Integrity Act. What's this bill is doing, there was some bad actors out there that would sign folks up in a real estate listing agreement. And in that listing agreement, they would have an Exhibit A that would be a memorandum of understanding or otherwise noted. And then that memorandum would be filed in the Register of Deeds office that would act as a lien against folks' property when they would go and sell their property. And then they would claim they are entitled to a 3 or 6% commission based upon the listing agreement that was never recorded in the Register of Deeds. This is actually fraud. This is happening to folks in Florida, to the elderly population that don't know what they're entering into. So this says that type of agreement, that type of issue that is recorded in the Register of Deeds office cannot happen and will not be recognized as a lien against someone's property. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'll be glad to take any questions. Otherwise, I renew my motion.
Representative Garrett renews his motion. Any discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 368, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Hardaway, aye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 92, no nays.
Senate Bill 368, having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. The most for series table. Mr. Clerk, call up next bill.
House Bill 1185 by Representative Garrett relative to trust. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Garrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 492.
Representative Garrett moves substitute and conform to Senate Bill 492, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 492 on third and final consideration.
Representative Garrett moves passage of Senate Bill 492 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Commerce Committee Amendment Number 1, Mr. Speaker, same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Vaughn, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment Number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Garrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is my fifth year now to carry the trust legislation on behalf of the Tennessee Bankers Association. They have a committee that hits our trust legislation each year. In my law practice as a lawyer, I also do probate and estate planning, so I'm very familiar with the topic. And one of the reasons why over the past 7 years we've gone from $25 billion to $250 billion in trust in this state is because we have a committee with Tennessee bankers like this, and we hit this legislation each year because trust, that area of law, is a creature of statute, and we continue to hit it to make sure it's up to date each year to attract folks that want their money to be here, but their person is not necessarily here. So we are the third largest state, or the third most favorable state for trust assets here in the country, and we hope to be number one in the years to come. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll be happy to take any questions. Otherwise, I will renew my motion.
Representative Garrett renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we are voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 492, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Shaw, aye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 89, no nays, one present, on voting.
Senate Bill 492, having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare it passed without objection. Most reconsider table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 769 by Chairman Holtzclaw, relative to mufflers. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Holtzclaw, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 434.
Chairman Holtzclaw moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 434, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Holtzclaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 434 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Holtzclaw moves passage of Senate Bill 434 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call the First Amendment.
House Amendment 1 by Leader Lamberth. Mr. Speaker, it was timely filed. Mr. Speaker, it's also the same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate Amendment 1, move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clark.
House Transportation Committee Amendment number 1, Mr. Speaker, it's also same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clark.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Holtzclaw, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 434 basically defines the upper limit of the state muffler law to 95 decibels. This will make the law objective instead of subjective, and it excludes farm equipment and motorcycles. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'll renew my motion.
Chairman Holtzclaw renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Bill 434, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 54, 28 nays, 2 present on voting.
Senate Bill 434, having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. Most reconsider table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 457 by Representative Hakeem.
Representative Hakeem, at your desk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm requesting, if we could, please, to send the bill back to Education Administration for a correction with the intent and hope that we can be on the agenda for next week.
Without objection, sent back to Education Full Committee without objection. Thank you. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 552 by Chair Lady Littleton and others, relative to Department of Children's Services.
Chair Lady Littleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 552 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Littleton moves passage by second. Mr. Clerk, any amendments been filed?
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chair Lady Littleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill puts into code that the goal of the Department of Children's Services must be to act in the best interest of the child at all times, and that goal must be reflected in any mission statement or motto established by the department. I renew my motion.
Chair Lady Littleton renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of House Bill 552 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Moon aye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 89, no nays.
House Bill 552, having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Most reconsider table. Mr. Clerk, call up next bill.
House Bill 1101 by Chair Lady Littleton, relative to operation of motorcycles by minors. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chair Lady Littleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1437.
Chair Lady Littleton moves to conform to Senate Bill, substitute conform to Senate Bill 1437, properly seconded without objection. So ordered, Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1437 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Littleton moves passage of Senate Bill 1437 on third and final consideration, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Transportation Committee Amendment number 1. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendment.
Chair Lady Littleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill authorizes a minor who has been issued a motorcycle learner's permit and has completed a certified motorcycle education course approved by the Department of Safety to operate a motorcycle without limitations on the distance from the minor's home if the minor accompanied by and under the direct supervision of a parent or legal guardian who is also operating a motorcycle who holds a valid Class M license. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Chair Lady Littleton renews her motion. Any discussion? Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can you elaborate on what accompanied by means? Does that mean they have to be on the motorcycle with the individual, or does that mean they have to be on a motorcycle in close proximity riding with the minor? And also, what does, well, if you answer that question first.
Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, the parent or legal guardian has to be on a motorcycle beside them, on their own motorcycle.
Chairman Clemens.
And what do you mean? What's the distance from the minor's home? How far can they operate the motorcycle under this law from their home?
Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are no limitations. This
Chairman
relieves the limitations.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you for the clarification. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1437 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has everyone voted? Does anybody wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye 79, 9 nays, 1 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 1437 having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. The most read series table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1557 by Chair Lady Littleton, relative to Ashland City.
Chair Lady Littleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1557 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Littleton moves passage, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Local Government Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment changes the election for mayor and council from odd-numbered years to even-numbered years, and from December to August of those years. Move to adopt.
Chairman Crawford moves adoption of amendment number 1, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, Amendment 2 by Chair Lady Littleton. Mr. Speaker, it was not timely filed. However, as it corrects a typographical error, it is exempt from the amendment filing deadline.
Chair Lady Littleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
No. Adopted amendment.
Oh, I move to adopt.
Chair Lady Littleton moves to adopt amendment number 2, which is a typo. It's a proper motion, properly second. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chair Lady Littleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Chair Lady Littleton renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Dixie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the sponsor, was this bill brought to you by the local mayor or their council or commission?
Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, they sent a resolution requesting this.
Representative Dixie.
All right. Thank you very much.
Any further discussion? Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 1557 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, as every member change your vote. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 92, no nays.
House Bill 1557 having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Motion reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 690 by Representative Martin of Carroll, relative to psychologist licensure. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Martin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 953.
Representative Martin moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 953. Properly seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 953 on third and final consideration.
Representative Martin moves passage of Senate Bill 953 on third and final consideration. Properly seconded. Ms. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1, Mr. Speaker, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Martin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House Bill 690 is in regards to, from the Board of Examiners of Psychology in response to access to healthcare providers for mental health. Two parts to this, one being currently 1,900 hours is the internship requested for Tennessee. This would allow the board to accept a little less of those if they're moving into Tennessee from a state of comparable rules. The second part of this would be allowing a provider that moves in that's been practicing at least 10 years of the last 15 in another state an exemption of having to show their transcripts so they can get into the state at a faster rate to help in this regard. I stand ready for question.
Representative Martin renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Ritchie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question be called. Any objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 953 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member votes, any member change the vote. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 87, no nays.
Senate Bill 953 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Motion reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 774 by Chairman Moon, relative to employment.
Chairman Moon, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 774 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Moon moves passage, probably second. Ms. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Commerce Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're going to move to adopt that amendment and defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Chairman Vaughn moves adoption of amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Moon, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill restricts local government from imposing mandates relating to the regulation of employee output, hours, and employment benefits. This further ensures that the state remains responsible for workforce oversight. I renew my motion, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Moon renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Powers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Any objection? Seeing none, we're voting. Any objection? I only hit 1, 2, 3. We'll go on the board. We're voting previous question. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member votes, every member change the vote. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 68, 24 nays.
Previous question prevails. We are voting. All those in favor of House Bill 774 as amended vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, as any member wish to change their vote. Hardaway, is that a no? A no. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 69, 23 nays.
House Bill 774 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Motion reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 90 by Chair Lady Moody, relative to the use of funds by local governments. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chair Lady Moody, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 0600.
Chair Lady Moody moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 600, probably second without objection. So ordered. Chair Lady Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 0600 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
I'm sorry, hang on, I got ahead of myself. Oh, Chair Lady Moody moves passages on third and final consideration. By second, Ms. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Local Government Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Objection. Amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Local Government Committee Amendment number 2.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Roll to the hill of the amendments.
Without objection, roll to the hill. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment number 3 by Representative McKenzie, Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Representative McKenzie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment simply aligns the definition with what this covers with our national standards.
Do you move to adopt?
I move to adopt. Thank you.
Representative McKenzie moves adoption. Amendment number 3 is proper motion, properly seconded. Any discussion? Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move that amendment to the table.
Proper motion, probably seconded. Parliamentary situation. Representative McKenzie has moved adoption. Amendment number 3. Leader Lambert has moved that motion to the table. That cuts off all debate except for that of the sponsor. Representative McKenzie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, this amendment does one thing and one thing simply, and I really strongly feel it keeps us out of the court system, spending unnecessary resources, billable hours, all those things. All it does is align definitions. It makes sure that we're not going to be afoul of what a definition is. So it's a simple alignment. So with that, I ask you to vote against the tabling motion.
Parliamentary situation is Representative McKenzie has moved adoption of amendment number 3. Leader Lambert has moved that motion to the table. We're voting on the tabling motion. All those in favor of tabling, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Whitson, aye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 67, 23 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion to adopt amendment number 3 is tabled. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings us back to the heel of the amendments. House Local Government Committee Amendment number 2.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as the Senate amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chair Lady Moody, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what this bill simply does, it will prohibit local governments from expending funds for the purpose of assisting a person in obtaining a criminal abortion, including expending funds as part of a health benefit plan or for travel to a state where abortion is legal. And with that explanation, I renew my motion.
Chair Lady Moody renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chair Lady, why are we introducing legislation to prohibit local governments from spending their own money to expand health care coverage to their employees?
Chair Lady Moody, you're recognized.
Constitutionally, we can, and because government has no money but what they take from us, we see it as a protection of the taxpayers' money.
Chairman Clemens.
So once again, this body is overriding the wishes of locally elected officials and preempting their ability to expand health care coverage to their own employees. No one has the best interest of local employees than locally elected officials charged with appropriating money and caring for their public officials and employees. And this legislation seeks to limit local governments from being able to expand health care coverage to which they're constitutionally entitled under the state of Tennessee.
Chair Lady Moody.
Why
I'm sorry, Representative Clemens. Keep going. I thought you had a question. My fault. Chair Lady Moody.
Thank you. We are only limiting when it comes to a criminal abortion.
Chairman Clemens.
But you understand that criminal abortion is only defined by Tennessee law. So what?
I'm sorry, Representative Clemens.
So that is a creation of Tennessee law. It may not be the law in other states. And so if a local government wants to provide that health care coverage to an individual to cross state lines and benefit from that health care, you're preventing them from doing that. Why are we trying to limit health care access for individuals? Just because our state has defined health care one way doesn't mean that someone else can't go to another state and benefit from how they define health care, which is probably or possibly another way. Why are we doing that to limit access to health care?
Chairlady Moody, you're recognized.
Because it's Tennessee taxpayer money, and they are free to go on their own.
Representative Clemens.
But you understand that hundreds of thousands of people in Tennessee don't have access to health care coverage. And locally elected officials entitled by state law are charged with appropriating funds and having that fiduciary interest and duty to their taxpayers and to locally officials. So, again, they have the ability to do this. They have the ability to provide that health care coverage to these individuals. And now we're going to create yet another hurdle for their employees and the people of Tennessee to getting access to health care. That's what we're really doing here, regardless of how the state of Tennessee defines health care. So why are we preventing that interstate travel from people who need that coverage, who may not have the necessary funds to benefit from health care the way it's defined by another state? Why are we doing that to the women and families of Tennessee?
Chairlady Moody.
Because we can do this. This is the right thing to do. And because it's taxpayer money from Tennessee.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it very concerning and disheartening that we're doing something just because we can. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Capley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call the question.
Previous question been called. There's objection. We're voting. All those in favor of previous question vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 64, 22 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 600 as amended vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 65, 23 nays.
Senate Bill 600, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The most reconsidered is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 115 by Chair Lady Moody and others relative to human trafficking prevention. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chair Lady Moody, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1212.
Chair Lady Moody moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1212. Properly second without objection. So ordered. Chair Lady Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1212 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Moody moves passage of Senate Bill 1212 on third and final consideration. Properly second. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Halsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment's in the Senate bill. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move to withdraw House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment 1.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chair Lady Moody, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what this bill came from the Secretary of State's office. And so what this would establish and create is the Tennessee Businesses Against Trafficking program. It is a voluntary program, and it is open to businesses and corporations in Tennessee that would like to participate. And the purpose is they would participate in periodic training, education, and public awareness campaigns to help identify potential victims of human trafficking and let people know where to report concerns. And we all know how this is a constant, it seems like, problem around the country, but here in Tennessee, of course. And so this will just put more eyes on the issue and also help people know what to do. And I would just like to remind the members that our TBI has a website if you need resources on human trafficking, and that website is ithastostop.com. And also, we have a Tennessee Human Trafficking Hotline, and that number is 855-558-6484. So we want everyone to know what to do if they see something that doesn't look right. With that, I renew my motion.
Chairlady Moody renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Bill 1212 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, no. Has every member cast their vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Barrett, aye. Whitson, aye. Todd, aye. Doggett, aye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 90, no nays.
Senate Bill 1212, having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion for consideration tabled. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 130 by Deputy Speaker Johnson, relative to appeals before the State Board of Equalization. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Deputy Speaker Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 148.
Deputy Speaker Johnson moves substitute conform Senate Bill 148, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Deputy Speaker Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 148 in third and final consideration.
Deputy Speaker Johnson moves passage of Senate Bill 148 on third and final consideration. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairlady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to adopt, and I defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Chairlady Hazelwood moves adoption of House Amendment number 1. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of adoption of House Amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You've adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Deputy Speaker Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 130 deals with the Assessment Appeals Commission. This commission was formed 40 years ago. At that time, the members took an active part in its operation, but unfortunately, today the members are not active and the commission is not meeting the needs of assessors or taxpayers. And this does away with the Assessment Appeals Commission. I renew my motion.
Deputy Speaker Johnson renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Hardaway, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. To the sponsor, what is substituted to replace the duties of the commission?
Deputy Speaker Johnson.
Thank you for that question. The first level, they can appeal to their county tax assessor. The second appeal would be to the Board of Equalization. The third appeal would be before an administrative law judge, which most of these are accepted at that level. And you can also go to Chancery Court at that level. And the last level would be the State Board of the State Board of Equalization. And then the last level would be Chancery Court.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you. So they maintain administrative and judicial means of appeal. All right, thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Leader Camper, you're recognized. Got your question. Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 148 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Vital aye. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Barrett, aye. McKenzie, aye. Vital, aye. Ritchie, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 88, no nays, one present, not voting.
Senate Bill 148, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion for reconsideration table. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 750 by Representative Powell.
Representative Powell, at your desk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to roll this bill 1 week.
Without objection, rolled 1 week. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 406 by Representative Reedy relative to financing services. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Reedy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 130.
Chairman Reedy moves substitute and form Senate Bill 130, properly second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Reedy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 130 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Reedy moves passage of Senate Bill 130 on third and final consideration, properly second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Commerce Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me see. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment is not in the Senate bill and defines a financing company. We're going to move to adopt it.
Chairman Vaughn moves adoption. House Amendment number 1, probably second. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of adopting House Amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Commerce Committee Amendment number 2.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment makes a technical correction. We move to adopt it.
Chairman Vaughn moves adoption. Amendment number 2, probably second. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 2 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Reedy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as amended, it requires a financing company doing business in this state to provide on its mailed or emailed statements to a consumer a conspicuously displayed telephone number that a consumer may contact for services. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Reedy renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, sponsor. We talked about this in committee, and I just want to make sure for the record that this will not impact companies that are only doing digital, like Cash App and some of these other businesses that are not in the business of sending these kinds of statements.
Chairman Reedy, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You are correct in your statement.
Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, sponsor, for working with me on that. I had an amendment to make sure we took them out, but you assured me that Square and companies like that would not be impacted, so I greatly appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the bill. When it comes to the phone number, oftentimes I've heard from constituents, they'll go and call the phone number, and nobody seems to answer, and they're on hold for hours. And it's great they're having to provide the phone number, but hopefully these companies will actually answer the phone to do with the consumer. Is there anything in the bill that would address that issue?
Chairman Reedy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, it does not, but what we were finding, especially our older citizens of the state of Tennessee, there were no phone numbers, no way to contact these folks, and just got run in circles trying to figure out who to contact with a question or a complaint.
Representative Powell.
Well, sponsor, this is a good first step. Hopefully those businesses out there will indeed answer the phone and not let the consumer get bogged down with a non-response or being left on hold for hours. So thank you for the bill.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 130 as amended vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change the vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 91, no nays.
Senate Bill 130 having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Motion to reconsider is tabled. Mr. Clerk, call up next bill.
House Bill 103 by Representative Parkinson relative to eyelash services. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Parkinson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Wrong one. Sorry about that. Hang on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 0093.
Representative Parkinson moves substitute and form Senate Bill 93 without objection. So ordered. Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 0093 on third and final consideration.
Representative Parkinson moves passage of Senate Bill 93 on third and final consideration. Properly second. Ms. Clerk, call First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Representative Parkinson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Eyelashing is a billion-dollar business. The lash extension market size was valued at $1.36 billion in 2020. It is projected to reach $2.31 billion by 2028. Students who want to focus on lashes only have to either go through a full cosmetology school for 1,500 hours, at a cost of $15,000 to $40,000 per student, or an esthetician school for a minimum of 750 hours at a cost of $13,400 plus additional fees. This bill will create freestanding schools for those that want to focus on lashes only. It'll also create apprenticeship opportunities along with it. This is a pro-business bill that streamlines the process of becoming an eyelash technician in the state of Tennessee. It puts Tennesseans to work faster. It increases the number of licensed professionals in our state, which enhances our drive to 55. It creates new businesses that will produce new businesses and new business owners in the industry. In 2013, we passed a similar bill with the same model for natural hair, and it's grown the industry by over 500%. The mechanics of this bill, it allows for freestanding schools for lash techs. Students will go to school for 300 hours to become a licensed lash technician. Allows for apprenticeship programming where students will go to school for half the required hours and go to work immediately for the final half. The tuition fees are exponentially lower, and it's modeled after the Texas laws for lash techs. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Parkinson renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Todd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move to roll this bill to the next available calendar after 14 days.
We have a motion. We have a second. Do we have objection? We have objection. So we're on discussion of rolling it. Representative Todd, the clerk would like to know, is 14 days legislative days, work days, what days?
Calendar days, sir. Thank you for that clarification.
14 calendar days. Representative. Okay. I got it. All right, so here, members, we have to dispose of this motion. I think the sponsor is willing to roll it, just not 14 days. Representative Todd, would you like to stick with 14 days or next calendar? Would you like to revise your motion or stick?
Mr. Speaker, if he's willing to roll it the next available calendar, I will withdraw my motion.
Thank you. Withdrawn. Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to roll this bill, but I also want us to, if you don't mind, Mr. Speaker.
Just
roll the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, roll the next calendar. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1097 by Representative Parkinson.
Representative Parkinson.
Mr. Speaker, let me take that bill off notice. Let me hold that bill on the desk, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Without objection, held on. Held, Mr. Clerk? Held on the desk. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, item 42 was taken up earlier and disposed of. That brings the body back to item 43, House Bill 818 by Chairman Whitson relative to school buses. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Whitson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1281.
Chairman Whitson moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 1281, probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Whitson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1281 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Whitson moves passage of Senate Bill 1281 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Transportation Committee Amendment number 1. Mr. Speaker, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Whitson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2019, the General Assembly passed legislation attempting to reduce the number of people illegally passing stop school buses by allowing schools to install cameras on the outside of the buses. Since the original passage of this legislation, we sadly have better understanding how many people are running these stop signs and risking the safety of our children. Districts are reporting over 100 violations a year and several reports of children being struck and seriously injured. Over the last several years, we've learned about some law enforcement challenges due to the lack of clarity within the statute. This bill provides that clarity and incorporates lessons learned from other states to help us better understand these violations. This bill does two main things: clears up the procedural and technical aspects of school bus stop sign violation statute to provide clarity for enforcement, and also makes the fine for the first-time violations consistent throughout the statute and sets the penalty for those that repeat the offense. It also establishes the penalties for those violators who run the stop sign and hit a child, resulting in injury or death. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Whitson renews his motion. Representative Powell.
Thank you. I want to thank the sponsor for running this legislation. We heard great detail about this in committee. And this is a serious problem. I can't imagine not yielding for a school bus. And I've witnessed this multiple times this school year. And, these children are just waiting to catch the bus. It's a very difficult problem for us across. I know this is a statewide issue, and we had another bill talking about a different profession, but finding school bus drivers has become challenging. And part of that is for various things we've done to improve safety on school buses, but it's because the school bus drivers know that people aren't even respecting the laws when it comes to them being stopped to let those children board that school bus. And so if we can utilize technology to go after those who would violate the law, to put our children at risk, then we need to do it. And it's permissive. I know this is ultimately up to the locals, but this is a great thing that we can do, especially you look in our communities that are growing and have very busy roads. And I get it. A lot of times, that school bus stops in the morning. People might be late for work, but not adequately yielding and stopping for a school bus is completely unacceptable. So I think this is a good tool to have in the toolkit to make sure that we protect the lives of these little ones as they get picked up for their day at school. So thank you, sponsor, for the bill. I appreciate it, and I'm signing on.
Chairman Whitson, anything?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Raper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to say as a former educator that I think this is a great bill. We have a local transportation supervisor of one of our schools that is completely on board this. And I would like to work with Chairman Whitson next year and see if we can even strengthen it a little bit. So thank you so much for bringing this bill.
Thank you. Representative Halsey.
I'm sorry, Speaker. Thank you. Just to make sure I understand, because I didn't see this bill before, are you saying that you can make a criminal charge based on what's on the camera?
Chairman Whitson.
This, let me read you the bill summary. Clarifies that an LEA may use exterior cameras on buses contracted or leased by the LEA, in addition to the current language that allows this on buses owned by the LEA. Still requires the LEA to enter into a memorandum of understanding with local law enforcement. Now, and also makes now that the MOU must include the law enforcement's review of evidence from the camera and overall enforcement. Previously, it required the MOU only for the evidence preservation. And so we have allowed cameras on buses before. This increases the penalty for passing a school bus, but also for hitting a child.
Representative Halsey.
In the past, has that been a civil penalty?
Chairman Whitson.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Representative Halsey.
In the past, under existing law, has that been a civil penalty?
Chairman Whitson.
Yes, it's a civil penalty, but the state can instead prosecute the driver of the vehicle for a Class A misdemeanor offense of not stopping a vehicle for a school bus if the state can identify the driver and otherwise meet the burden of proof. And also, there's an appeal process to show that you were not actually driving the car.
All right. Any further discussion? Representative Ritchie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And sponsor, I'm glad that you brought this bill forward. Chairman Faison mentioned the other day a bill that he had that his wife had asked him for, and me and my wife were actually driving down in Blount County last week and witnessed a vehicle fly past a bus, and luckily the student was paying attention and was able to stop. We need to do more to be able to protect the students there at the House as well, so thank you for bringing this legislation. It keeps me from having to do it next year.
Any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1281 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, as any member wishes to change the vote. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 81, 5 against, 3 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 1281 have received a constitutional majority. I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion for reconsider is tabled. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1051 by Chairman Vaughn and others relative to individuals authorized to complete certificates of need. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we could, I would ask that this bill be rolled for 1 week.
Without objection, rolled 1 week. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1056 by Chairman Vaughn and others relative to permitting. Mr. Speaker, Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've got to get my, stand by. If I could get a timeout.
I didn't know District of Champions ever called timeout. Chairman Vaughn.
Very well played, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 628.
Chairman Vaughn moves substitute and conform to Senate Bill 628, probably second. Without objection, so ordered. Chairman Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 628 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Vaughn moves passage of Senate Bill 628 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Agricultural and Natural Resources Committee Amendment number 1. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Todd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is brought to clarify construction general permitting and its effect on the logging and agricultural industry. We've had incidences of misguided enforcement. I want to thank the Deputy Commissioner of TDEC for working with me on the language, something that we can all agree with. So thank you, sir. And with that, I'm going to move to renew my motion.
Chairman Vaughn moves to renew his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Sorry, previous question's been called. We're voting previous question. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, as any member wish to change their vote. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 63, 22 nays.
Previous question prevails. All those in favor of Senate Bill 628 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, as any member wish to change their vote. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 66, 19 nays.
Senate Bill 628 having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Motion to reconsider is tabled. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1057 by Chairman Vaughn relative to permits. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 629.
Chairman Vaughn moves substitute and conform to Senate Bill 629, probably second. Without objection, so ordered. Chairman Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now move passage of 629 on its third and final consideration.
Chairman Vaughn moves passage of Senate Bill 629 on third and final consideration. Properly second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Agricultural and Natural Resources Committee Amendment Number 1. Mr. Speaker, same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Todd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the late hour of the day, I will summarize this to the best of my ability. This bill will transfer the credits that are equivalent to a general permit, aquatic resources alteration permit that's given by the state to an individual permit application with regards to mitigation for wetland credits. What happens is if you're below a quarter of an acre of isolated wetlands and you seek a permit, you do not have to provide any mitigation. But yet, if that amount was 0.30 acres, you would be required to mitigate the entire 0.3 without the credit for the quarter if it was under that. So what this does is this transfers the quarter acre credit into a larger amount whenever you're doing an individual permit application. And with that, sir, I renew my motion.
Chairman Vaughn renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Boyd, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question, please.
Previous question's been called. Any objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 629, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member cast their vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Parkinson, aye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 73, 14 nays.
Senate Bill 629 having received constitutional majority, thereby declared passed without objection. The most read series table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 678 by Chairman Powers, relative to virtual schools. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill's on the desk.
Chairman Powers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as Johnny Carson would say, I hold before me the last bill. And I move to substitute and conform it to Senate Bill 382.
Chairman Powers moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 382 without objection. So ordered. Chairman Powers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 382 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Powers moves passage of Senate Bill 382 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chairman Powers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 382 would make Tennessee Virtual Education Act permanent. These are public schools. They are in the virtual schools by choice. The Virtual School Act was created in 2013 when there were very few virtual schools. Currently, the statute must be extended every 3 years, and this would make it permanent. After 10 years, we know that virtual education is here to stay because of the continued growth and stability. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Powers renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Mitchell, you're recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Sponsor, how are these virtual schools performing? You know, we have testing, and I just wonder how they're doing compared to other schools.
Representative Powers.
They have the same testing, the same TBOS and everything as other schools do. They're required to do all the things that any public school would do.
Representative Mitchell.
Yeah, but what are the results of those tests? Are they in the bottom?
Representative Powers.
I don't have that current thing. You know, they've been going on for 10 years, so I don't have all the particular statistics, but they help so many people that have been having problems in the classroom, people with disabilities, people that have been bullied, people whose parents or guardians have to work from home. So they've been a big assistance in that particular region, but I don't have those particular stats in front of me.
Representative Mitchell.
Well, I'll help you. They've been consistently near the bottom. Thanks.
Representative Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Any objections? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 382, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 63, 22 nays, 1 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 382 having received constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. Most read series table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, I believe the body is ready for further consideration of item number 31. I'm sorry, item number 32, House Bill 1557 relative to Ashland City.
Chair Lady Littleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to lift from the table the motion to reconsider our actions in passing House Bill 1557.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to reconsider our actions on House Bill 1557.
Without objection, so ordered. Chairman Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to reconsider our actions on amendment number 1.
Members, just so you know what we're doing, there was an amendment that accidentally got put on that should have not been put on. It should have been withdrawal, so we're going back through the withdrawal of the amendment. Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered. Chair Lady Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to withdraw amendment number 1.
Is there objection? Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Chair Lady Littleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion for passage of House Bill 1557 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Littleton renews her motion on third and final consideration. Any discussion? Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 1557 as amended vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Has any member wished to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 86, 1 nay, 1 present, not voting.
House Bill 1557 is amended, having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that completes the regular calendar.
Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Unfinished business.
Unfinished business. Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After consulting with both leaders, I move that the rules be suspended for immediate consideration of SJR 482.
Mr. Clerk, read the caption.
Senate Joint Resolution 42, by Chairman Howell and others, a resolution to commend Deputy Commissioner and Chief Policy Advisor Paul D. Diggs for his honorable and astute service to the state of Tennessee on the occasion of his retirement.
You've heard the caption. Any objections? Without objection, the rules are suspended. Chairman Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur with SJR 482.
Chairman Howell moves to concur in Senate Joint Resolution 482, probably seconded. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. I can declare it concurred in. Without objection, motion reconsider is tabled. Chairman Lafferty, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the rules be suspended for immediate consideration of SJR number 361.
Mr. Clerk, read the caption.
Senate Joint Resolution 361, by Chairman Lafferty, a resolution to recognize and congratulate Paige Clark, Miss Tennessee Volunteer 2023.
You heard the caption. Any objections? Without objection, the rules are suspended. Chairman Lafferty.
Thank you, Speaker. I move to concur in Senate Joint Resolution number 361 and that all members voting in the affirmative be added as co-prime sponsors with the Knox delegation being listed first.
Chairman Lafferty moves to concur in Senate Joint Resolution 361 with all members voting in the affirmative added as co-prime sponsors and Knoxville delegation listed first, properly seconded, exclusions duly noted. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. I declare it concurred in without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that House Bills 250, 251, 1088, 786, 1411, 424, 957, 959, 433, 435, 784, 158, 1324, 902, 1075, 1416, 348, 369, 432, and 783 be heard in Education Administration Committee next week.
You've heard the motion. Any objections? Without objection, so ordered. Leader Lamberth. All right. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Announcements.
Announcements. Representative Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, next week will be Civil Justice Full Committee's final calendar, and we'll anticipate closing subject to the call of the chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Parkinson.
And Mr. Speaker, I may be out of order again, but I missed this opportunity. I just want to mention that last night in Memphis, there was a shooting at a venue where 7 people were shot. Two of those individuals died and 5 are hospitalized, and I think that's the latest. I'm not sure if anyone else has passed, and I certainly hope not. I just would like us to take a moment of silence, a moment of reflection, you know, to think about these victims that we're hearing about daily in our state. You know, we love our Tennesseans, and we want them to know that we love them and that we will lead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Moment of silence, please. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Ritchie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, this Saturday, April 1st, anybody that is available out there in Shelby County over at the Agri Center, we have the opportunity to recognize the High School Rodeo Association here on the floor. A couple weeks ago, they're going to be celebrating their actual 50th anniversary this Saturday, 7 p.m. out there at the Agri Center. If you're able to attend, let me know. I'll get you on the list. We're going to actually be presenting the plaque there on the arena floor then. So thank you.
Representative Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, on Tuesday, the House Criminal Justice Subcommittee will be meeting for our last calendar, 10:30 a.m. Normal time is at 12, but we are coming in at 10:30 a.m. Tuesday, April 4th. If you have a bill, it is imperative that you are there. Thank you.
Deputy Speaker Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My granddaughter, Hannah Grace Johnson, is a 6th grade student at Harpeth Hall School. And in her Bible study yesterday morning, they decided they wanted to do something for the families of the victims at Covenant School. So they decided they would make bows with the school colors and sell them, and the proceeds would go to the families. And as of last night, they've sold $80,000 worth of bows. But the problem, Mr. Speaker, Davidson County is out of ribbon. All the surrounding counties are out of rhythm. So members, when you go home, if you can find ribbon, red, black, or white, 2.5 inch to 4 inch, reach out to me and I'll give you an address to where to send them to. With wire, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Lear Lamberth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Freeman obviously has stepped out, but I did want the chamber to know that the plan today was to honor the 6 families and 6 victims that are suffering beyond anything that any of us have experienced, and to also honor the 2 officers and Chief Drake and his team. We will be doing so on Monday, but I did not want this body to know that we had planned to leave today without doing that. So when Representative Freeman is back, it is his district. That will be the plan to do it. But I know we've had a tumultuous day, but I, for one, will be in thought and prayer myself on just the way forward on how to accomplish making sure this state is safer tomorrow than it was today, and for us all to work together to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Kumar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Insurance Committee, having completed their business, is now closed, subject to the call of chair. Thank you.
Representative Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to invite everyone to Ag Day, which is next week on Wednesday the 5th. It'll start at 9 o'clock out on the plaza, out on the Beth Harwell Plaza outside Cordell Hall. We're going to have a corn shelling contest between the House, Senate, and the governor's office. So I encourage you to be there. And then there's some other activities during the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to tell everybody, too, that my employer is a very generous man, and today, if you drive by a wash and roll and you stop in and get your car washed, 100% of everything, every car wash today is going to go to the victim's family as well. He was hoping to raise $100,000, but I got to say, he's got competition with your granddaughter's school. So hopefully they'll do a lot of good and help these families and the school with all that they have to deal with. Thank you.
You represent Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted the body to know that the Transportation Sub and Full Committees are closed.
Representative White.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this announcement is for the House Education Administration Committee, as well as those who still have bills going through that committee. We will meet next Wednesday, April the 5th at 9 o'clock to 10:30, and then we'll come back in that afternoon from 1 to 3:30 to see if we cannot finish our calendar. That's next Wednesday, our first 9 to 10:30, and then 1 to 3:30. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that was everybody. Representative Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Commerce Committee will hear its final calendar on Tuesday at 9 o'clock. I wanted to remind the members of that committee that if you have not had your yearbook signed yet, please bring it. That'll be the last opportunity to have your annual signed on Commerce Committee. It's our final calendar. Thank you.
President Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just wanted to remind everyone that we're expecting some really bad weather coming through Nashville starting tonight, but it's going to be really bad tomorrow. So please keep your scanners on and your emergency radios to protect everyone.
Representative Rudd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to let everybody know, the Elections and Campaign Finance Subcommittee is closed. Call subject of the chair.
Representative White.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was given one more. The Education Administration Committee will hear its final calendar on Wednesday, April the 12th, so the deadline to put any bills left on notice is Wednesday, April the 5th. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Does that get everybody? Representative Love.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been asked to make this announcement on behalf of Representative Parkinson. For those of you all who wore your seersuckers today, he was wrong. And I'll get you all the correct date once we get past Easter. Thank you.
All right. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Roll call.
Roll call. Mr. Clerk, take the roll.
Mr. Speaker, 89 members present.
Next order, Mr. Clerk.
That completes the regular order, Mr. Speaker.
Leader Cochran, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House stand in recess until 5 p.m. on Monday, April 3rd, 2023.
Without objection, the House stands in recess until 5 p.m. on Monday, April 3rd, 2023.